fix it after.
All right, good morning and welcome to 2024 Total Fortification Live. I'm Matthew Bowen, announcing alongside.
I'm Andrew Langler.
Excuse us while we get our bearings here.
It's working, we're good.
Big thanks to Michael Thrones for helping us set up. He's competing today, actually, and he sat down just in time to help us get going here. We're only 4 or 5 lifters late, but we're back here with Nikki Chow. Morning, Andrew.
Morning, Matt. It's a busy morning, but thankfully we've made this happen.
Now, should just show up when the lights themselves. Yeah, that'll work. All right, thanks.
We got Nikki Chow here with 142.5 kilograms.
Okay.
Look easy, quick back command from the judges.
Still waiting on the light.
3 white lights. That's a textbook opener there.
How do I bring forward?
Hunter Singh up next.
Taking 160 kilograms for his opener.
Get rid of that.
We'll get our groove. We'll get our groove.
We'll figure this out. We do apologize for any background noise. There's a rather large volleyball tournament sharing this gymnasium space. So if it does get too loud, just let us know.
You know, I turned the live stream on and it's actually sounding okay.
3 white lights.
lights.
Textbook opener there.
Good man. Our head ref today is Alyssa Amanda Berg. She's the president of the Manitoba Powerlifting Association. 2 side refs. We have Wanda Bosick on the left and Andy Alden on the right. We have a jury, David Hrinkow. He's a national referee, and so is Amanda. Our other 2 are MPA provincials.
Up next, we've got Brandon De La Rosa taking 172.5 kilograms.
So if we see here on our bottom scorecard here for Brandon, he's in the 105 kilo class, which means he weighs anywhere between 93 kilos and 105 kilos. Junior means he's between the ages of 19 and almost 24.
I remember those days. Three white lights, very nice opener there. So far, good mix.
So we're at a local meet here today. Total Fortification, the history of this thing is way back in probably 2018, 2019, I believe. You know what? It was 2019, setting into the 2020 Nationals. We wanted to have we wanted to have a championship at the Fort Rouge Leisure Center. That was the fort.
Yes, back in the day.
You wanted to fortify your total. So it was
Is that where the name came
Total
from?
Fortification.
I did not know
so that you
That's
could
hilarious.
get to Nationals with a qualifying total in 2020. I think I take credit for that, but I'm going to pretend I don't.
There we go. 2020 Nationals, you got some good memories from that one, eh?
Absolutely. Nice and quick.
Good lift for Keaton Rudd. He just competed at the Manitoba tournament as well there. Leanne Schultz put on at U of M. So
Yeah, that was
frequently
wonderful.
competing with these young athletes.
All things considered, that might have been the best event MPA's ever had.
I will very openly say that I think that was the best event the NPA's ever had. That was a very, very well done show, and I hope it comes back next year. That was helpful.
Yeah, it was It was remarkable, a big spectacle event at the U of M by our students, put on by the kin faculty, giving back to the sport as a junior. I don't know how many junior meet directors we've had without assistance, but that is definitely the first independent meet put on by a first-timer that looked that good.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that makes her the youngest meet director in MPA history. I don't think we've had any junior lifters step up like that to do so. So that was an awesome thing to see, and hopefully she continues doing it because she clearly has a knack for it.
To my understanding, she stepped up and she's now the MPA media coordinator as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Nicholas up now, taking 200 kilos. It's a very round number. Big magical number for those who hit it for the first time. Andrew, what's your best squat?
315 kilos.
Nick will get there one day.
No. Let's move up a couple weight classes first.
He is only 105.
Very nice.
You'll see in the bottom right of our screen here, and there's one red circle and two white circles. That means 2 of the 3 judges gave him white lights. White light means that they think it was a good lift that meets the rules. Has no fouls within the technical rule book. So you need a majority decision in order to get a good lift. In that case, 2-1 is what we'll call it from here on out. 2-1 good lift.
Not often you see a center call for insufficient depth. Usually that comes from the side judges. So seen there.
Absolutely, and that's why we have 3.
Eric Young here also taking 200 kilograms, which is nice for our spotters and loaders. They don't have to scramble around and load too many plates.
I'm told we have 3 flights here this morning.
3.
They might not be large flights, but they are 3 flights.
Although I guess the next session doesn't start until 3:30 p.m., so they could be decent size.
Yeah, they left the limit at 56 lifters. That is for 28 a session, but perhaps the number supported a little bit smaller in the afternoon.
Eventually. 3 white lights there. Again, some really good opener selection we're seeing here. No one really struggling too much. For those of you watching who maybe are supporting a loved one, your opening lift is usually something that in training you could hit for 2 or 3 reps, just to get a number on the board, make sure you don't bomb out of the meet. Your second lift, typically most athletes will match their training PR, and then they'll shoot for something a little bit heavier on the third. So this first round usually goes pretty quickly, as most lifters are hitting numbers they're very comfortable with.
Most. Sometimes we'll see people that have cut a lot of weight. We don't usually see big weight cuts at the local level, but sometimes there are. And those athletes may think that they can lift like 212 here for Sean, but they may only be capable of much less, and hopefully we don't see anybody miss their openers here.
That was very, very fast. He might have undershot his opener. But he's got a number on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 10 or 15 kilo jump.
There's extra space. Nice and level with the...
Once again, getting some technical support from Michael Thrones. We'll be curious to see what he lifts in
Flight C, Andrew.
Flight C. So, Michael has currently the largest deadlift in Manitoba. I believe he pulled 843 pounds at the charity event Deadlift for Dreams. So we'll be looking to solidify a big number. I don't know if he's quite at that level of strength right now. Peaks and valleys, but I think we'll look. He'll be looking close to 800 today. I wouldn't be surprised.
Vince Ramos here, done a number of championships. I wonder if this will get him to nationals. I think a lot of our vets here today will be seeking that national qualifier. Beautiful.
Got the textbook. Although he's being handled by none other than Nan Nugent, so it surprises me that he knows what he's doing.
Good guy, Non. In order to spell it correctly on my phone, I've typed it in as N-O-N and not N-H-A-N, so I can talk to Siri better.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm pretty sure I have his contact saved. Something similar.
I heard a rumor Non is coming back soon.
Yeah, he told me he registered in February.
Yeah.
Apparently he's registered, so we'll see.
Amazing.
See what happens.
One of the greatest.
Yeah.
Up now is Kenneth Morris, sub-junior. So sub-junior means, for all intents and purposes, he's a minor. He'll be turning 18 this year or anytime sooner.
Can't even drink, but he can squat 220 kilos, apparently.
thing about powerlifting is there is no age limits. You can be as young as, well, in Manitoba, 8, I believe, possibly 9, and as old as you can lift.
Just to put in perspective how much the sport's growing, when I squatted 220 kilos, it was a 120 national record for the sub-junior class. Now it's an opener at a local meet for 5 sub-junior. That's just 10 years in the sport, and things just, it's amazing the progress the lifters are making with this.
What do you think that's credited to?
Well, exposure. I mean, it's just, the sport's growing so much, you're just getting more and more people, and people who maybe would have chosen a different sport are now choosing this, right? Instead of football, you try powerlifting, or you're able to do both now.
I think between that, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, it's also just got some organic reach that it didn't used to have as well. When I started, it was an accident.
Yeah.
I didn't know powerlifting was a thing, but now people out in the mainstream know that it exists, and they probably watched it or know somebody that's done it.
Well, exactly. I mean, I started powerlifting because Andrew Roncaden just kind of grabbed me at Centennial Gym one day and said, "Hey, try this out." And I never would have found it otherwise. Instagram back then was still chronological timelines, and videos weren't posted to reels. They were all on your timeline and square. So things have changed quite a bit. You're right.
Rodrigo up next, 130 kilos. That's 286.6 pounds.
So I believe we're on the second attempts now.
Wow.
So yeah, quick flights.
So we sort of grown when we have 3 flights in any meet as vets here, but there'll be 3 well-designed flights in order to maybe get us even a little bit of a contest for medals here today. Three white lights. Dawson Bisson here. Same number, 130 kilos. The program we're using here today to score is available at Simple, spelled not simply, at SYMPL meet, MEET .plmeet.com. We'll link that in the chat perhaps. That's 2-1. He got 1 blue card. Now, blue card is typically for an up and down motion, or a down and up motion, I should say, on the way up, or having soft knees. You need to have your knees fully locked out in the squat. I'm going to go check out our link on my phone and see if there's any comments happening here today. We'd like to hear you talking if the comments are on, and if they're not, I'll get them going.
There are 27 folks in here, so let's get them in the chat. Ask us some questions. You got anything to keep us going?
And that is a good lift for Nikki. 3 white lights. Harnua coming back around here, 170 kilos. Successful on his first, going for a second attempt now.
Harnua Singh coming up 170 kilograms.
It is exceptionally loud in this venue here today. Sorry if there's a bit of feedback in the background. We're doing our best to mix it up.
Three white lights for Harnua. We got more in the tank.
What a confident strut. Big fist bump to the videographer in the crowd.
We have Brandon De La Rosa coming up at 180 kilograms. 396.8 pounds.
Oh my goodness. Turning your volume up a bit, Andrew. Here comes Brandon.
I know Brandon's had some issues with injuries. So he's looking forward to putting up a big goal here. See what happens. Excellent walkout. You can tell who's really practiced these heavy exposures once you see them take those 3 steps back. You want to minimize the effort and how long you have to be able to rack with it, for sure.
Absolutely textbook. We're going now to Keaton Roulette.
Coming out with 185 kilos at 407.9 pounds. I don't recall what he put up at U of M meet, but I know he's put up some substantial numbers, so.
It's a good march.
Bar rolled forward on him there. Great job by our spotters and loaders there to save that.
Why don't you go ahead and tell us what those spotters and loaders are doing out there, Andrew?
Suffering. They are suffering. It's that's the hardest job in the whole platform. These guys. Some of these guys. I mean, Nathan. He's at just about every meet I can think of. I don't think he's missed many, but he's always there volunteering. So we had a good spotting crew here. I admittedly don't know the names of the 2 gentlemen on the far end. I'm not sure if you recognize them. But we had Nathan Eisenbrenner, the tall fellow in the back. Leaning on the racks here, you got Daniel Sturgeon, one of the best bench pressers in Manitoba history. I think he's planning to bench over 500 at nationals. He's all on track. There's not many people who I bench with and make me feel weak, but he came out to iron session with me, and that guy's a freak. Next level. And then you have Tommy Howell there, who's one of the minds behind the Great Keystone Invitational. First money meet in Manitoba.
Eric in the 83 class. 210, very controlled descent.
Not quite there. Great job by the spotters again. It's a delicate game with that controlled descent. Some people it works for, and I know for me personally, I just kind of have to do a controlled dive bomb. But you got to find a happy medium where you're not sapping all your energy and still getting that bounce up of the hole.
Yeah, you're sacrificing the ability to have a rebound with the ability to sort of guide yourself down. Maybe there's a middle ground. Maybe there's an argument to go as fast as you can. Everybody's a little bit different.
I will say, as a spotter and loader, I always prefer it when people go slower. You don't have to try to catch them as much. Nicholas Lai coming up with 220 kilograms for his second attempt.
Just like I made 2 sheets, one for session 1, one for session 2. It's a bunch of juniors that are definitely on their phone.
Yeah, but nobody looks at email. Juniors don't look at email. I can send a...
Do you have the registration form or the results? Just the emails?
So you can send it?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Sorry for catching our background conversation here.
Yes, when the
we're
meet
trying to
director comes by, you listen.
Yeah, we're trying to get a form out to our athletes to spice things up a bit on the live stream, give you some information.
Vince Ramos coming out with over 500 pounds, 230 kilograms. So you'll notice now you have all spotters on the platform. Generally speaking, it depends on the platform manager and the comfort level. But once you get over 500 pounds, that's when you start looking at bringing all 5 spotters on board.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a compliment.
Yes, exactly. The more people watching you squat, the stronger you are.
Although if you're a little bit under that max weight, maybe they're a little concerned for you. Either way, safety first.
Usually when I'm running a platform, I like to have most of the spotters available on 3rd attempts, just because that's when the catastrophic fails typically would happen. A guy goes over the head or something. But
Generally speaking,
no catastrophic failure there. That looked easy.
so fast. As we go on in 2024 here, some of our referees are taking a bit of a harder stance on bailing on the squat. We've had some people get hurt. We've had some people go viral. You may have seen my co-host Andrew catching a 400-something pound squat and lifting it up in his elbows and his urcher and going famous all over the internet. What a celebrity.
It was very fun. I'd never want to have to do that again. So I think that might be why now when I'm on a platform, I want 5 spotters for a lot of lifts.
To me, you could always have 5 spotters, but I'm in the minority on that.
You know what? They're there. You may as well use them, right? If you hired home movers and only 3 of them were working, you'd be pretty angry. So it's best to use the resources available to you.
I think sometimes there's not a lot of volunteers that show up, but that's not in MPA. Manitoba, we have to turn people away now.
No, we've always been very fortunate with that, I think. It's just a good, strong culture of volunteering.
Again, he's slamming your old records there, Andrew.
I know, I'm 105 days.
Jeanette, for your information, this is going over very excellent. It's working. Yes. One question. Do you have this banner in a file?
Do you know why this banner is so small?
No, tell me why.
It's because the banner that I ordered well over 10 days ago that was promised to me early this week is stuck in pure later hell.
Thanks Canada Post.
Yeah. So, thank you Fast Signs of Winnipeg for literally printing my beautiful dragon in 2 hours on Friday afternoon when I gave up on waiting.
That's a good lift for Ryder. On to Dawson.
Just to make sure that you guys heard that beautiful banner behind the livers, that was on the Fast Signs Winnipeg on 2 hours notice.
Yes.
Really safe presentation this week.
And I do have the sponsors up there that's on a piece of paper. So hopefully it's visible and you shout them out because they're providing. Excellent.
Fantastic. All right, Dawson, down and up, first place. Unfortunately, that's 3 reds for blue. Either those legs weren't knocked out, or he did a double bounce on his way down. There might have been some bar movement. One thing we don't often do in powerlifting, new lifters especially, is read the rules. I'm not saying he didn't read the rules. I'm saying if anybody's curious about what those lights mean down in the corner there, the IPF, the International Powerlifting Federation, has all the rules broadcasted very clearly for people to go read if they're interested. Our referees are in charge of knowing about, best guess, 25 different fouls total for the lifts. That is 3 white lights. Nicky taking his third here. The referee is stopping the action here because his thumbs were not touching the bar in full. That's what it sounded like.
That is one rule that I'm not against. As a larger lifter, I prefer the challenge not setting rules, I suppose. To do what we can.
Absolutely. Good lift, 3 white lights. He came back. All right. Harner's out here. Fist pumping his spotters and loaders. Perhaps it's confidence, perhaps it's fear. I guess we'll see in a moment. Even on the platform, it can't really be fear. It's what we prefer to call hype.
All hype. It's got to be all hype. A healthy amount of fear is good. It makes you levels. Once you're on that, there can't be fear. You just have to focus on it.
This is what we practice for. In powerlifting meets, what you'll see as compared to the gym is when you're going down in the gym, hopefully you're not, but if it happens, you got to get away from that bar. You got to dump it. In a competition, athletes really need to stick with that bar or else everybody risks getting hurt.
It's very important that the skill that you have to be built.
You know it. Sometimes it's just not there on game day, and that's okay. That's right. Will do. Oh. You might notice our branding. This is these are some of our sponsors here. We have TD3Ts who've helped with many in event in the past. Ripped Rags, another brand of apparel that we have. Our athletes and our volunteers wearing either or. Thank you to both our apparel sponsors. I'm going to get the giant logos out of the way here for Eric, hitting his third attempt. We thank you to all our sponsors. I'm going to put the sponsor logos up in the top left corner there. That way you'll be able to see them without taking away from the action. Technology truly is a wonderful thing. In our screen here, Andy Eldon, side ref, really honing in on that. Turn manager's microphone up just a little bit, as requested. One time Andrew and I renovated an entire bathroom in about 24 hours and slept for an hour each.
It was probably the sickness. But when they got done, and we were able to pull it off.
Thank you for doing that with me. Very helpful. So now that we have our revolving sponsor logos up top, we can start talking about them a little bit.
Well, there's Cornerstone Auto. Probably the most powerlifting focused gym in the city. If not in reputation. You see a lot of their athletes here in Dreams and Growth. Some of the fantastic facility, a lot of caliber. If you're powerlifting, probably the best balance for that.
Nick, 2 to 1, it's a good lift. 2 to 1, it's a good lift. Good job, Nick.
I think he's happy about that.
He might be. He might be faking it. I'm not sure. Well, all right. It appears that we have media packages being presented by Michael Gervey, son of David Gervey, one of the co-meet directors. We want to thank our meet directors, David Gervey and Jeanette Lazelle-Sitar. They've done this event, I think now, 3, possibly 4 times in a row, give or take COVID. Again, sub-junior meaning under the age of 18, up to 18. He's happy. He lets the spotters know. Daniel there has 2 plates and a fist available to do a fist bump. Oh. You know, his first 2 were incredibly fast. That's just a little bit much there today for Vince. Ken Morris up now. He's 2 for 3 so far. Absolutely. Today I learned that Portage was your first meet. I always thought you came in as a beginner and helped everybody get their rack heights at your second meet, I guess, at 17 ring there. The more you know.
Yeah, 17 ring. I believe it's also where I met Michael Thrones.
Good guy, Michael Thrones. I think we are. That is 3 white lights. What an impressive start.
We're so old back when we left regular.
I think when I started in 2014, SPD probably hadn't even made it to Canada yet. Maybe it had.
I believe my first meet was in those awful easy cigarettes. They're a little too revealing, so I still have it. You should learn this stuff.
Wonderful. You should.
Psychological.
Are you invited to the Keystone meet?
I am. Yeah. So that'll be fun. I haven't done a powerlifting meet since February. Since Lynch's actually.
Can you tell us a bit about what that meet is? It's a little bit different to my understanding.
So the Keystone is an event, as I mentioned, New Zealand Bull Shorts and the Lock Henry Curtis, another OG that's all they decided to put on a meet to provide some prize money to lifters. And so the top GL from provincials were invited, the top 8, and that one wild card spot in front of provincials, which then gave them the votes for via social media. So it's a meet in which they have a formula they've made that's too mathematically intricate for simpleton than myself to understand. But basically, it's a combination of
3 white lights for Rod. Oh, wow.
so it's a little more nuanced than the regular meets. It rewards the people who are consistent and work hard year over year. So last year, I believe the winners walked away with a little over $800 in prize money. They're looking to push that higher. The goal this year was to put it over 1,000 for first place. So definitely a very promising event. I think we're excited about it. I know there's been interest from other provinces. Formerly NBA looker Ben Lang and his wife Nicola have been talking about wanting to get involved. So it could be something where the first money meeting was in Sheffield, which happens in the UK, and it's kind of the largest region. The United States now has Australia, which is a similar format. They've poised themselves to set up a good situation to potentially get a big money meeting in Canada.
Amazing. It's a good history and a good background. We're excited to see that meet coming up. Tommy, of course, on the right side of the platform loading, and Curtis, the coach of Jeremy Martin, who went out there and hit his first good lift. Well, Andrew, I've got us a scoreboard.
This is perfect. Some of your comments, I love Andy. I can only assume that's in relation to Andy Alden, whose beautiful ear you can see taking off the top of the screen.
It's an interesting point of view. We can see his arm drop, and when a referee's arm drops on the squad, it means they think that the person's locked out and ready to go.
And he was indeed ready to go. So Tommy Howell there approaching the table. He's got chip plates under the 2.5 kilogram minimum jump. And they are allowed to be used unattempted records.
So it seems to me we'll be attempting a provincial record here today.
You see here it has 171 kilos loaded, so those chip plates are half a kilo each.
Now it appears that Jordan has probably dropped a bit of weight here.
Yes, it's competing at 59 kilo. I believe I saw on his Instagram, this is the first time he's been in the 59 kilo class in quite a few years, so he's looking lean and mean. So he never hasn't lost any muscle, hopefully not any strength for that, in that cut of weight.
Something to see somebody open up with the record as well. What a fast change out as well. Congratulations, Jordan, on your opener and your provincial record.
And you have played with more than 10, so it's not a case where you might think, oh, why would we put the chips on for such an easy lift? But this is one, any kilo counts. You can't leave any other platform. So if you have an opportunity to chip a record, absolutely always go for that.
I have one record ever. It was the 83 kilo squat record, which was hard fought between me and an old friend, Jarrett Beck, up in Thompson, now retired. It was. Hilariously enough, I got it at whatever the kilo equivalent of 480 pounds is. And then Riley Bertrand went in there and did an easy opener at a little test meet. I think he went and did 225 or 235 and just smashed it without trying. I'm sure well, hopefully we find out later. It's really odd to miss your opener, as you've said.
Sometimes, I know the judges and people are always love it. As a lifter, I think it's the pro move to do is that if you're not going to take your attempt, you put an attempt in and you let that clock run. You don't take that for the rest of the
I agree with that stance. Others will disagree. They think it's a time waste. I think it's just helpful to give other people the ability to gather themselves, control their environment a little bit, and get prepared to do their best out there.
I would agree. I think you as a time waster or it's going to sport badly. You have people coming out to watch or they're looking at an empty bar for a minute, but at the end of the day, it needs about the athletes. And you have to make sure that the athletes are success. As a fellow athlete, especially.
Selmar here going down, down, and up. He's back now. I think he wants to go to nationals.
I love a gym owner who practices what they preach. Preaching excellence in areas, trying to reach that level.
Very. All right, so
sponsor of pretty much everything powerlifting in all of Canada, as well as strongman actually. And so they are true OGs of the strength school. So thank you to Janelle for pointing that out, the winner of last year's Keystone, and possibly the most OG of OG Manitoba powerlifters throughout this whole act. She's been around quite a while.
She probably has the most ever amount of money earned within the MPA for being an athlete.
I believe so. That is most likely the case, yes.
Justin Manello here, 225, 222.5. Well, we'll turn down the microphone a little bit. Thanks for. Speak. That makes sense because I've been turning you down when I've been meaning to turn you down.
The whole time. There we go. See, that's about where you want me to be. You're probably way up high. There we go.
All right, testing.
All right, Janelle, you can let me know if that's any better. We never claimed to be tech guys.
But yeah, here we are, technically proficient.
Yes. Mr. Thrones gives us enough tips that we're able to pass ourselves off as halfway competent.
That's right. All right, so it appears that all of our lifters this morning, our male competitors for the most part. There are a couple in the bench press in the afternoon that are male as well, I believe.
Is that Brock Haywood's name I see?
That is in the afternoon session. We have Brock and Dean. I think they're just bench pressing in
Wow.
the afternoon, and a Mark. So perhaps I'm wrong on that, but I believe I'm not.
I believe that the women are in the afternoon
We're going to
flight.
be having our male benchers and our female lifters overall in the afternoon flight here today, in the afternoon session. Our morning session will be all the males power lifters. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, everybody. That is a good lift. 3 white lights. right. Rod stepping up now, prepared, ready to go.
Oh, a little bit of stumble in the middle there, but 2 out of 3.
That's interesting. Sometimes we may question the judges, but something that is not often talked about is that one judge may see a high squat, one judge on the other side may see it being low. They might just have a crooked squat. They might just have a shift to the side. I know one of our meet directors is famous for that. David is like 6 inches lower on one side than the other.
Yes, and it's an important thing to be able to do. So we're back around to Ryan Kolsar here. I'm hoping he comes out. This will be rather unfortunate if he doesn't come out to the platform. I know his cousin Ben had come in to help handle him today, so I don't know if he's having a back flare-up or what's going on. You always hope for the best case in these situations. Oh, and here comes Ryan. He's coming out. Plenty of time. He's got 30 seconds on the clock. For an experienced lifter like him, he'll be okay with that.
We'll have to get a nice dramatic interview in the intermission and see.
Yes, figure out exactly what happened there. But Ryan, again, he's been around for a long time. Himself and Ben were kind of the original strong cousins in Manitoba before the Cornelsons were around. So it's good to see him back on the platform.
He's down, he's down, he's down, he's down, he's up, he's up, he's up, he's up.
Oh, a fantastic squat.
You know,
look at the cuts in those quads.
I think he was just having a nap. I think he was taking
I think so. You know what? He's got multiple kids now. He's getting older. It makes sense. Yeah, showing he's very much so got it in this new era.
That's right. So to any athlete that's not paying attention to their lifting and actually listening to us, I'm going to be sending out a Google form for you to fill out some information for ourselves and for Bailey on the announce microphone on the other side of the venue here. So we may have some more interesting information to share with our viewers. Please fill it out at your leisure.
As mentioned previously, we are the old guys, and unfortunately we just don't know that many of you anymore. That's 3 white lights for Jeremy.
You know, I do appreciate that Bailey's not right there in our ear screaming.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to provide our own commentary.
Yeah, it's very intelligent of us to set up on this far side.
Because we set up the venue, just me and Andrew by ourselves.
Yeah, single-handedly.
We didn't show up at 9:15.
Absolutely. I believe that time we set up the venue ourselves. You're thinking of Nationals 2020.
Oh, right. That is a good lift. 3 white lights for Nathaniel.
So here comes Jordan, again, taking another chipped attempt. He's going to be taking 181 kilograms.
It turns out that I had turned down Andrew's microphone, meaning to turn down my own. So we had a bit of a mismatch audio, but we're back, Jeanette.
Okay, just checking.
Yes, we had some lovely criticism from the folks at home.
Jeanette's up here asking us if we need a snack or a drink. Wow.
Wow, that is a dedicated meet director right there. Jeanette, do you need anything like a nap or an IV drip of caffeine?
I can't rest until tomorrow after everything's put back into the
Yes.
unit, so
The life of a meet director, no rest for you. I think, I could go with another coffee, but only if you're coming back this way.
coffee? What do you want in it?
Just black.
Black?
Yes.
Matt, right?
I'm okay for now, thank you though.
Yeah.
Jordan Smith.
Volunteers at other meets. If your meet director isn't bringing you coffee, they're not doing their job.
survey to all these athletes.
Yeah.
If you want to let them know, you can. If not, that's fine. Athletes in session 1, we have sent out a questionnaire. I hope you fill it in as soon as you humanly possibly can.
Are you seeing the singlet on Dean over there?
See, what I'm questioning is, didn't we have him in the afternoon flight?
I believe he's doing bench only in that flight, perhaps. He might have been entered in both. My question more is, how is that singlet IPF approved? I didn't think they allowed cool things.
I don't know. Maybe Titan still is.
Hello. Oh, yeah. Stream's doing fantastic. We had our other meet director, David Kirby. The jokes are subpar to the lifting. There's some good lifting today. So again, here we have Selmar. Again, as I mentioned, coming back from a flu and an injury, so he wants this. Very easy. He's got more in the tank there.
It's 3 white lights and a good lift. All right, Andrew, I'm going to send out our survey to our Session 2 athletes.
Oh, there we go. Hopefully we'll have something to talk about for Session 2.
And if anybody listening wants to join us for commentary in Session 2, the invite is open.
Yes, I unfortunately have to be leaving here by approximately 4:30, so you'll have me maybe for most of squats, but not too much longer than that. Kurt Cornelson getting tight under 232.5 kilograms for his second attempt. That's a good looking squat. 3 white lights for that one. Excellent squat from Kurt. We have coming here Justin Manalo, who's had quite the year. Absolutely phenomenal lifter out of Manitoba here. I believe did he win Commonwealths?
I believe he did.
Yeah, so Justin's had an incredible year. So this is quite a treat, honestly, to see lifters of this level at a local meet is not something that often happens. Usually the symbols. Thank you very much. So you might notice there that the racks have gone in. Not something you usually see with the lighter lifters. It's usually reserved for large fat guys like myself, where we put our arms out due to a lack of mobility. Justin is absurdly jacked, though, so maybe that's the point here, too.
It's possible. We'll see where he puts his hands. If he's on the inside, I know other people also will use it as a means of measuring just where they're at, centered.
Interesting. So it does look like his hands are inside. I know they're not supposed to, but I'm also convinced that putting the racks in lowers it by about a half a pin. So it might just be something he does just to get that perfect lift-off position. I know Riley Bresky puts one side in because it sits a little lower on his shoulder.
You know what? That's something I've never considered. Insights of an expert lifter.
Big squat there. I know Justin did water cut for this meet, so as I tell all these lifters, the 120 pluses beckon you. We have cookies. Why weight cut when you can stuff your face? It's much more fun.
Yes.
Our official's also doing an excellent job today. I don't think there's been any calls, and I believe David Harenko hasn't raised so much as an eyebrow as our jury table here. All the calls have looked just fine by him, so that's always a good sign when you have good officials.
Eric Tanktakuni. I don't know if I said it correctly.
That's about as good as I would have done, so that's a fun-looking last name. Put that on a jersey.
Eric's a long-time lifter out of the original Stronghold Titan clan now. Traveling elsewhere with his lifting pursuits. Very strong guy. 601 pounds, 273 in the 83 class. Remember we were talking about this record earlier? I did 480 pounds in 2016, and this man is doing 601.
There are levels to this game. And unfortunately, we've been left behind.
what the judges say.
Looks good to me. 3 white lights, I agree.
That is a powerful squat.
That's a fantastic squat, yeah.
You couldn't see it in the venue, but athletes from the back were coming out to watch that one.
All right, so we're back to the start of the flight, which means our spotters and loaders get the task of stripping all the red plates off.
All right, athletes, in session 2 and session 1, if you'd like to take your attention away from your competition today to fill out a form about it, Andrew and I, as well as Bailey, will be able to see the answers you provided in your survey so we can provide better commentary here. Rod to Bing up now, 157.5 kilos, 2 for 2 thus far. Will he make it 3?
Matt, you're now a little bit quiet, Janelle says. Like Goldilocks, you gotta get it just
You know
right.
what? I can see the levels on here.
I think you want to be just
That's a
up
no
into the
lift. Good
yellows.
save, everybody. Well, you know what, Andrew? If I see myself going yellow, it's a bad thing. We're going to go to minus 30 on this ticker here, and I'm going to hit 20.
No, there, I think you're just right there. That's perfect.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent.
My mic has to go up to yellow because it's just not quite as nice as yours.
All right, Ryan Colasar again skipped his first, made a second. Out here for a third, perhaps.
So 180 kilograms. I see Ben out there to the side, so it looks as though he will be coming out for this.
Is this mine? Can I eat this?
That is your muffin, yes. I brought you a muffin.
Thank you for bringing me this muffin. I'm
Yes.
hungry. Not for long. Ryan coming up now. So calm, so collected. You know,
He is just jacked. All these years and he's still just lean. It's not fair. Some guys have it all.
impressive. Dedication, discipline.
Yep. Oh, great squat. That is textbook. How much do you want to bet that those lifting shoes are probably older than most of our sub-junior competitors?
It's quite possible. What's that? Andrew Alden doing something. What happened, Andy?
Other way, Andy. You're to the camera.
Andrew correcting himself here on the referee table. He meant to do a white light, accidentally put a yellow. So on the back end, we can call that 3 white lights.
Don't worry. Simba Fierce still loves Andy.
Jeremy Martin up now, 2 for 2 as well. Coach Curtis. Wow. Perfect attempt, I think. Tommy Howell talking some smack. We forgive him because he's spotting.
Yes, he desperately wants your muffin, but
He's going to steal my muffin. Jordan Smith, open with the record. Second with the record. Can he get 3 records in a row?
I'm a little surprised he's not taking the chip on this one.
4 kilo jump.
That little nod halfway up, he knew he had that.
Wow.
3 white lights. Awesome squat for Jordan.
It's impressive. Jordan came from a pucky underdog into a seasoned veteran, breaking all these records now.
Well, and I do believe, I'll have to scroll back quite a bit. So for those of you unaware, Mr. Michael Thrones likes to keep track of stats and tabulations. I believe Jordan Smith has competed the most out of any MPA athlete ever.
Wow, the mode.
Yes, he likes to compete often, and we love to see that.
Nathaniel, 192.5 kilos for a third. He's 2 for 2. Gets the squat command. He's down. He's up.
He's moving. He's moving. Very
Good.
nice. That was a
What
great
do the
squat.
judges say?
Great
Blue
effort
lights.
there.
Just clear a little bit.
Let's turn it to touch.
Yeah, then we can see Amanda.
There we go. That works just great.
Now we have 5 spotters on the right side. Not positive why. Looks like there might be a bit of blood. Perhaps somebody's hand ripped open. Perhaps it was a nosebleed.
So here, I did find that information. So Jordan Smith is number 1 with 22 competitions under his belt.
He's only been doing this for like 5 years probably.
He does compete often. So let's see here.
Again, this coming from statistician Michael Thrones, who at the last minute helped set up our live stream.
He sent me quite a few interesting stats. Jeremy Martin actually is also tied for 3rd at 14 competitions, despite only starting this sport very recently.
It's incredible.
Yeah, just the amount of competitions you guys are doing is pretty crazy. But that's Salmar here. He's putting on a good performance here, despite the adversity that he faced leading into it. See if he can get 235. Looking strong out of the hole. He's grinding.
The crowd's behind him.
What a fantastic
The
squat.
judges are too.
3 white lights.
All right. You know what, Andrew? We've received 6 responses already.
Who's responded? Let's do this.
Very quick responses from Brandon Wojcik, Vince Ramos, Jeremy Martin, Eric Young, Scott Clow, and Sean Winslow. Thank you, guys. We'll be
We're going to have to start harassing people on Instagram.
He's down. He's up.
Oh, not quite there today.
All right, Andrew, I'm sharing you this information so you can read off your phone if you'd like.
There we
We
go.
have some content, everybody. Kurt Cornelson, co-owner of Cornerstone Barbell, one of our premier sponsors here today, located on Main Street in Winnipeg. Kurt looking confident.
237.5 kilos. Kurt's fun to watch lift. He's so passionate.
Kurt, a carpenter by trade, looking to build his total here today.
Probably had another 5 kilos in him.
What a fierce and wonderful squat by Kurt.
That's got to feel good too. Kurt, another lifter who's battled some adversity over the years.
A true ambassador for the sport. Eric Tangtakun here, 262.5, then hit his record at 273. He's going to 275. It's a very small jump. I wonder if he's going to be passing.
We'll see.
No, he's wrapping up.
He is wrapping up. He's coming out for this. So, to be fair, the last squat was rather difficult. He did grind quite a bit. It was impressive, but I do think he has this in the tank. It'll just be a question of, is it going to be fatiguing him later in the day?
You know, there's something special about hitting 5 red plates aside. Perhaps it's as simple as that.
It might be. You got 200 kilos, and you know, these are different plates and such. But round numbers and red plates, those are what will matter for people. Not quite there today.
Not quite there today. Wow. Bit of a powwow there with our referees and our spotters loaders. We got a glance like we knew that they were talking about. I have no idea.
I'm not too sure. Based on the look on Amanda's face, I'm sure she wasn't thrilled with that outcome.
Absolutely astonishing.
She might have. Oh, you know, I think she thought that was the last flight for squats. I think she was telling them to swap it around for bench, and she was getting optimistic here. It is a long day in the chair for those referees, so we'll cut her a little bit of slack. Not too much, but a little bit.
Again, we did a 56-person cap. It's split over 2 sessions into, you know, gendered classes, which makes sense. It's just, in my opinion, should be illegal to have 3 flight meets.
Yeah, too many.
There's nothing in the rules about it. It's just very
There's
hard.
nothing in the yeah. You know what? It's hard on everybody. Make it simpler for people.
The views and representations of our words does not necessarily represent the views of the Manitoba Powerlifting Association.
No, I'm a strongman now. I have no affiliation here, so yeah, take everything we say with a grain of salt and hopefully a chuckle.
Wyatt Yersh here, opening the third flight of squats. Amanda Berg, enthused, ready to go.
She looks ready. There's some aggression behind that squat command, though.
That there is. I feel like we have a bit of inspiration by the MXC guys. Ken Blankenship and Vince.
Very likely.
Yeah,
very likely.
Joseph Alabango, 187.5 kilos. Andy's face demonstrating just how difficult it is to stay purely focused and objective throughout the day here.
Yes.
I've seen no egregious calls so far. I think the referee's been pretty fair and balanced.
I was going to say, I don't think David has had to raise an eyebrow at the jury table here. I think so far it's been a very well officiated meet. I haven't seen any calls that are jumping out to me, and the one mistake that was made by Mr. Alden, he corrected promptly. So.
Joseph taking 187.5. Andrew, I'm at a point in life where I can think in kilograms. I see the bar load and I know what it is in kilos. Probably easier than I do in pounds. How about you?
You know what? No, I've always been a pound plate guy. That's just me.
I thought you were operated in stone.
Yeah, pretty much at this point, that's not a rock. It's calibrated.
It's up.
Now I'm all disappointed. There are calibrated rocks.
Wow, 3 white lights.
I know. It was shocking. So I guess they drill out the core and then fill it up with lead pellets and epoxy. So here I thought it was just beautiful and raw, but no, those Atlas stones are calibrated.
Amazing. The more you know about strongman.
I know.
Inner Strength Products, one of the companies here sponsoring us today, supportive of weightlifting, strongman, powerlifting, and all other things strength sports in Canada. Thank you, Inner Strength.
Really, if you are involved in strength sports in Canada and you don't know the names Ryan and Rhea Stin, you need to do a little bit of history brush up. Rhea is still one of the top lifters on the planet, and Ryan, he's had some issues, I think, in the last couple of years with his back, but, still just a huge force in Canadian powerlifting. Ryan
Lowe's
Ross
here.
Great squat there. Brendan Calawan. Some fun last names to say here today.
You know what? I think we're doing well. We're phonetic champions.
I believe so, yes. Ram Calawan just rolls off the tongue nicely, though. I think that's my favorite one so far. And actually, something I learned rather recently, Michael Thrones, his name is spelled M-I-K-A-L.
Yes.
I've been calling him Mikal for a decade.
You've been wrong for a decade.
And he just corrected me when we
you.
were rooming at Airbnb in Moncton for nationals there. And he just now corrected me. So if you have been calling Mike Thrones Mikal, you are also wrong.
Challenging being grown with a... Oh. It appears that Brandon had headphones on, I think.
I believe... I'm not sure what that was.
Toss to the coach. Either way, he has 15 seconds left to get his squat command. Sometimes when you have a more pronounced setup, it can take some time off the clock. We'll see if he beats it. There's 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, oh, and he beats it.
And a good rep there.
That's
one thing that I've often seen now with especially the social media era of powerlifting, is that the long setups are so common. And I think that it's bitten people sometimes where they get out there and they've got their knees soft or something's out of position, and you really don't have the time. And I think that most lifters would benefit from saving some energy, saving some clock time, get under the bar, 2 steps and a shuffle to walk your squat out, and then get your command at 57, 56 seconds versus allowing it to burn down to 30, 35 seconds.
Good point. Good point. It's about efficiency in powerlifting, but you also have to be mentally stable and ready to go. You don't have to be mentally stable, but you should try to be as stabilized as you can be.
Yeah. I always think focused intensity, right?
Former MPA member Mark Oxer actually did a thesis on maximum arousal level for strength sports.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting concept. You can't be too hyped, you can't be too calm in order to get the maximum output of your muscles.
Yeah.
3 red lights. Oh, here comes our statistician, live stream setup, volunteer of the year, question mark, and overall good guy.
I believe
Michael
he did
Thrones.
receive volunteer of the year, which we all know he hates.
Disproportionately strong deadlift compared to his squat, but 225 as an opener is nothing to sneeze at.
No, and we're allowed to say that. I've got a running joke with Michael about his poverty squat, and he's always asking me for some squats. I will say his name, Michael, all the times. He just called us out for talking about his poverty squat. Don't you worry, folks. He'll make it up on the deadlift. For a statistician, that guy's got a great sense of humor.
That he does.
Possibly one of the smartest people in Western Canadian strength sports, though. He's working on a master's, I believe, is working on creatine in extended exercise. Whoa, nothing poverty about that squat.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice.
That looks very clean. That might be the best that I've seen him move around there.
Reminder to anybody watching from a different flight, from a different session, if you're competing today, please fill out the survey sent out via email. I think it came from my personal. You know what I managed to do? I managed to send out the same form to both sessions. We're going to have to do this in a combined effort.
Oh dear, this is going to be...
I split them, and now they're not split. It's
This will be
okay.
difficult.
We got this. I'll change the title. Very good. 11 replies so far. Jack's out here. 227.5, the magical 500-pound start.
Very nice.
2-1, it's a good lift. Left ref says, thinks it was a bit high. Right ref said it's fine.
Woo Jun Lim coming up with 235 kilograms.
Woo Jun with a
You
big
can tell
rep.
he's really pulled those knee sleeves on.
Yes. Hey, it worked. That is a good lift.
Yeah, when you can't get your knee sleeves all the way up, that's how you know you've gone with that size. You're going to get some really good spring out of those things.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Have you tried any of these new gen knee sleeves? The A7s or the Inzers?
Quite sure the last time I put on knee sleeves was 2021.
Okay, well, I haven't tried, and honestly, maybe I'm salty and old, but on principle, I just refuse. I saw the Inzers, I believe. You can quite literally rest a 25 kilo plate on top of it, and it will not collapse.
Incredible.
That is quite a development since the days of the first SPD sleeve, or even the Ray-Bans before that.
$240 kilos going down, going up.
So earlier you may have heard us talking about the controlled descent. That's a little bit of a faster end of things when we talk about that.
There's people out there that time their descent speeds to try and optimize it.
Well, I remember when Christina Sodoma squatted, she's since slowed it down quite a bit, but at provincials this year, my hands just about hit the bar when I was back squatting her. I had the arms out there, and she dropped so quickly, I had to quickly pull my hands out of the way to avoid being hit.
That's the thing, you think you know people until they get out there.
That's the thing, right? You have to. It's very difficult to say. So, I know our two side squatters. They had to move pretty quick to get low.
No, that's not commentary on bad technique. It's commentary on technique, but
Yeah, it's individual.
For
There's no
from
such
a
thing.
referee here is, if you're going to be doing a foul and you're aware of doing a foul and you're lifting, please don't put it on social media, or I might see it ahead of time. Prejudice in your lifting technique is a thing. Biases are real. Protect yourself at all times.
Absolutely.
Fight.
You know, there's one thing powerlifting short of, it's drama.
It's been a dry year.
Yeah.
Down and up. Wyatt, 192.5. It's 3 white lights. Good lift. Slowly but surely, we're getting some replies here. Nobody from the current flight C. Not surprising, given that they are competing.
Literally lifting right this instant, yes.
Now that it's flashing on the screen, briefly, I'd like to take a moment to thank our vice president here, Dino Camire, for sponsoring this event with his gym, One Family Fitness, located not too far away here, right on St. Mary's. It's a inclusive family environment, training in bodybuilding, generalized fitness, powerlifting, and all the other strength sports.
And the best mustache in Manitoba powerlifting, at least. You can see him just under the red plates on the left, way in back there. But
Brock Haywood, if you're listening, that is Andrew saying that Dino has the best mustache. He's Joseph here with 197.5, down and up.
excellent squat.
How's our view? Audience, how's our view here on the live stream? I think we're getting a decent hip crease view. We also see the front ref. We can see the commands. We're no longer totally seeing Andy Alden. It's a good combination.
Also, going back to it, I don't think Brock's beard qualifies as a mustache anymore.
You're not wrong.
Last I saw him, he's got his beard growing in, which it's a good look. But Manitoba's known for its facial hair. Dan Cadger, pro strongman, known as the best, strongest mustache in the West. We got Mr. Dino over there rocking his lovely stash, and then Brock's just is legendary.
Very thick stashes. Ryan Lose here. The opener was successful. Taking a second here at 217.5, a modest 10 kilo jump. Moderate, not modest.
Great effort there. Rolled forward on him just a little bit. That's something that you got to get used to. But if he can control that forward roll, I think he's got more in him.
Interesting with that forward roll, the center judge gave him a red light for depth.
Yeah, again, interesting. I think maybe Amanda's getting cranky with the length of the flights here.
It's a long day, but it's going to be a short day for us full dayers, not us abandonees like yourself.
Exactly. No shame.
You know what? Volunteering for fun is better than volunteering out of necessity. And I don't think you need to volunteer. I could be wrong. But this is just the thing to do. Just love of the game. Brandon out here this time without headphones.
Yeah, at this point, I've been in the sport long enough. I just come out because it's enjoyable. You know, it's like I like seeing people. I don't compete all that often anymore. It just takes too much out of me. But you know, it's a good chance to get out and interact with people and then sit down with old friends. Right?
Yeah, I'm not a powerlifter anymore by any means, but I love the sport and I love the events. That was a good grind. He came through. I think that'll be 3 white lights.
We've had a volleyball fly over into Andy Alden. So
imagine a volleyball landing on the platform as someone steps back for a squat.
You know, I'm just thinking as if one of our male competitors were benching and that ball happened to land, unfortunately, you know, that could end very poorly. I think any male listeners know exactly what I was thinking there.
That said, if we look at our divider here, there is no real ability for a ball to come through the center, at least. It'll have to come around.
No, there is a good 3-foot gap there from that opposite court, so that could cause us a problem.
Guess what? We have our first submission athlete here, Scott Clow from Joe's Garage Gym.
Oh my goodness.
His goal today is to lift heavy. He's a logistics supervisor. And he loves being a horrible golfer. Horrible golfer, great power lifter.
Those tend to go together. Being a horrible golfer is really a lot more fun than being a good golfer, though. All the good golfers I know are just miserable on the course because they're not meeting their expectations.
True.
It's much more fun to be terrible and just enjoy the time outside.
I come from a family of golfers. My dad's a professional golfer. I had to hang up the clubs, I guess, when I was amidst powerlifting because my shoulders and elbows could not swing that club due to how banged up they were from lifting weights.
That doesn't surprise me. I've lost about probably, I don't think I can get a golf club that's a parallel in the backswing anymore. It's just tiny little baby swing. It's just no mobility anymore, right?
Maybe we'll go mini golfing one day.
That'll be a good time.
Jack's Tong up here. Tong Jacks, I'm not sure. He is up here, 237.5. Opening attempt was good. He's in first in the 93 class. Let's see how he does.
Three white lights there.
Very good. Michael Throne's coming up now.
529 pounds. That's quite a big jump.
Maybe there was a confidence issue. Maybe there was something else going on. Maybe he just wanted to get a squat, test it out before he got out there.
I know he's been dealing with a lumbar injury, so it was his SI joint he was telling me. So I'm hoping that this plays out well for him.
Fun fact about Michael, one time he won his Volunteer Year of the Year award, gets a free renewal membership back then. Instead of taking it, he donated it to a new lifter that was in school and having financial troubles.
What a guy.
Beautiful.
As a master's student himself, I'm sure he can appreciate the struggles of being a student lifter.
Struggle is real in school. 3 white lights, 2 for 2. Woo Jin Lim next, 245 in the 93 class. Currently in first. 235 was good, 10 kilo jump. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hey Jeanette, do you have a list of your volunteers out there? Yeah. When you get a chance, no rush. How's this look? Three white lights.
That's a good squat.
Yeah, it's not too bad. If the camera was any better, it probably wouldn't keep up with the tech or the Wi-Fi, so we're good.
I love the rotating saucer thing. I didn't see that before. Yes.
You can thank ChatGPT.
You absolutely can't thank ChatGPT. It's the reason I've ascended to become a D-level human to a C-level human. Thank you, AI.
Our AI overlords supporting this stream.
It's actually not too hard to run one of these things. It's going to be easy to do this from now on. Big things ahead for the MPA. We'll try and offer live stream whenever we can, perhaps. It's not my call.
Qualified volunteers to show up. That's all.
What are your qualifications, Andrew?
Heaviest total in Manitoba history. Done. I get to do this.
Morgan with 250 kilos, 551 pounds.
That's a fantastic squat
Very
right there.
nice.
Easy.
Are these thirds? No.
This is second squats.
We're starting our thirds now.
I wouldn't be surprised if he threw another 10, 15 kilos on that. That was easy.
Just so you know, we've been adamantly defending your choice to have 3 flights.
Yes. We're greatly in support of your 3-flight system.
Are people complaining that there are 3 flights?
Well, Amanda's
Just
face says it
Andrew.
all. I believe there were some words had between her and the spotter loader after flight 2 that they were going to switch to bench, followed by disdain and outrage from Amanda.
Again, the maths, 56 lifters over the day.
But we are 100% in support of your decision.
It's much easier to allow people the way we did and allow them to compete against each other.
Yeah, hey, we're in complete support. It's your head referee is just absolutely disgusted.
She doesn't want to wrap an entire piece.
No, you know what? These chairs don't have any padding, so I don't know, maybe. But, you know, when you're a referee, that's kind of just what you got to put up with.
Wait, the Irish here, 200 kilos. This is a big one for him. 200 is a round number.
Blisters on your butt. Shoulder tendonitis.
Oh, absolutely.
Sometimes it's a
That's a
psychological
good looking
barrier to
line
hit a
right
new
there,
milestone,
folks.
but I think he's done it.
So
3 white lights.
one of the reasons Cornerstone is a sponsor is because almost half the lifters at this meet lift at Cornerstone.
A little bit of tidbit that we just got and for passed down to us is that the main reason Cornerstone has hopped into sponsor is that almost half the lifters in this meet train out of Cornerstone Barbell. So if you want to talk about an environment for competitive powerlifters, I think that says it all.
Joseph Alabango, 2 for 2, looking to go 3 for 3 on his on his third squat attempt here.
205 kilos.
Are they filling it out?
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh, dick.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
wow. What a grind.
Let's see what the
Did
referee
they
said.
call
Three
him?
white
Yeah,
lights.
3 white lights.
I think that was the absolutely perfect weight.
Yep, I was a little concerned maybe a second about downward motion there, but I guess it didn't move down, it just stalled.
Yeah, that was the RPE 10.
Yep, that was phenomenal.
All right, Brandon. I hope you don't bring out your headphones again. I'm sure you won't. Lessons learned, Coach Curtis on the side.
We'll take a break after.
Works from our meet director now.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching the meet. I hope you're enjoying it. It was a lot of work, but I think it's worth it.
Always worth it.
The fastest way to shoot Jeanette away is to get her to talk on a microphone.
Brandon pushing it to the limit of his time here. He's got 8 seconds to get his squat command. So
can have both in their wireless. I don't know what you think.
he does get the command. Let's see if he can get the squat.
Yeah.
Might have been a touch high on that one. We'll see what the refs say.
2 to 1.
Insufficient depth. 2 to 1.
If you see in the background there the man with the red band, that's Dean Smith. He's competing twice today. When we start the bench press attempts, we're going to have a few lifters join us that are only doing the bench press. Not a standard thing to do at the IPF level, but at the local level, it saves a ton of time and hassle to have our benchers join in with the power lifters.
Yeah, we only have a couple of them. You may as well just have them join in, almost like a guest lifter.
Ryan Lose here. 225, 4 reds. You know, one time, Andrew, I did, I think, 21 or 23 sessions in 12 days for the IPF Worlds in Calgary. Again, we need to think in kilos, or else we won't get our box lunch.
That sounds horrible. The box lunch is very important.
Delightful. Scott Clow, 237.5. Scott is our horrible golfer, if you recall. His career highlight is a 257.5 kilo deadlift. He's coached by Rob Gronkowski. And he prefers to volunteer in the conventional deadlift.
Very interesting.
My question was bad. This is his
Yeah,
third meet
I'm going to
ever,
put that one on you, man. That's not a very good question.
and he would love to shout out Joe Shea on his live stream. That's for Joe Shea.
Joe Shea, what a guy. Joe's Garage Gym out in Headingley. He was actually out with my coach in acceleration for a while there.
Is that Joe's Garage Gym?
That's Joe Shea, Joe's Garage Gym, yeah.
That's
So,
3 white lights and a great
that's
lift.
fantastic.
Good job.
It's nice to see Joe back into the powerlifting scene. I know he was out of it for a little while there when he was transitioning between Acceleration West and then into his new location now, back to Joe's Garage Gym. So it's good to see him back involved with all his lifters, even if one of them did drop a squat on me.
Yeah, wow. Too soon. Too soon.
It's too soon. I was the one that dropped. Oh, look, it's Mr. Selmar, who has struggled through an injury and a sickness to come back and go 3 for 3 on his squats. Are we going
Did
9
you
for
make
9
weight
today?
I made weight for 83, but not 74.
Did you
Excellent.
make weight at your last meet?
I did not. That was nationals, and I completely failed.
Excellent. So what you're saying is that you're going to stay in the 83 kilo class moving forward and potentially move up to 93 and get more jacked?
Maybe for April, I'll probably do 74 again.
I think you should just get more jacked, get bigger.
I could. That's a route that I could take.
I think it's a great idea, you know. Hashtag fueled by Supplement King, get that mass gainer.
Yeah, let's do it, honestly, at this point.
You get so much stronger, I believe in you. But this is a great performance so far, despite all the adversity. So let's see if we can go 9 for 9 today.
For sure. I will try my best. Thank you.
Attaboy.
Investigative journalism at its finest.
Oh, great catch by the spotters there. 540 pounds, it's always a little scary.
You know, sometimes we get a little bit overconfident in those openers as a spotting crew, but it's great to see how close and how reactive those people are catching the thirds.
Yeah, I do think it's important to have a couple people failing just to keep the spotters alert. You never want to see someone miss a lift, but from a safety standpoint, I think it's best to keep your spotters somewhat engaged if it's a couple where you have to hop in.
You know, the 5 guys on the platform, I bet you, just looking at them, probably 3, 4, 5 meets is probably the least amount of experience up there.
I believe so, except for Dan. I don't think he's ever done a full meet. Just bench press for that boy.
I meant his spotters.
Ah, okay, there we go.
He's done a full meet though. He has.
Has he?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Shame on him. Focus on bench press. 247.5 kilos for Woo-Jun Lim. Oh, and not quite.
Good catch again.
Michael Throne's coming back out with 252.5. This is right about where he said he was going to end up in his training. I know he'd hit a moderate SBD day last week. I think he squatted 515 pounds, just trying to feel out his SI joint there. And he said he had about 30 kilos, so he's just about right on par here.
You know, I know Mike to be a 93 kilo lifter, maybe 105. You know what he weighed in at today?
105.1, I know.
105.
He's got his eyes set on those deadlift records in the 120, and he wants to get the 105 again. So he's doing the. Yes, absolutely. If he hits this with 3 white lights, we will no longer make fun of his poverty squat.
That is a lifter actively chirping. Andrew, my co-host.
Yes. Mike, like I said, Mike, despite all of his strength and all of his brains, he's a genuinely funny dude if you get a chance to talk to him. I kind of don't want him to hit
about
this
the
now,
optimal arousal level.
There we go.
He's a working man, a working class hero.
And Michael Thrones has graduated to below average squat. No longer poverty, but now he is below average.
It is all relative.
Yes. Relative to his deadlift, it is still abysmal. Again, all jokes, folks. Thrones and I go back a good decade almost. So,
looking at his projections, Michael will be taking a 310 kilo deadlift opener, which appears to be 55 kilos more than Jack's Tong. He's going to pull for something special today.
He is.
Morgan coming out here for his 3rd attempt. Morgan's also, is a 105. 362.5. 578 kilo, or 578 pounds. And another volleyball coming at us. Andy! Where's the ball? Ah, it hit you. Referee Andy Alvin getting hit by a volleyball.
Somebody about your face, Andy. They just want to smoke you with volleyballs. All right, so we're going to take a quick break here, I believe, as they transition over to bench press. We'll be right back.
As we enter the intermission here, Andy, do you have any comments?
Yeah, great lifting from all the lifters. Not a lot of red lights today. Good job, guys.
Thank you. We'll be back in 10.
All right, we are back. And for bench attempts for flight 1.
Okay. Yes, welcome back, everybody, ladies, gentlemen, all our viewers at home. Let's get that chat blown up. Everybody start participating online.
There are 24 of you, so let's get some chatter going here.
Question and answers for international superstar Andrew Langelar.
Please no. All right, we have Harnor Singh come out here with 100 kilograms. A nice round number that we all love so much.
Indeed, indeed.
Very nice.
3 white lights. Very good lift.
Keaton coming out with 102.5, 226 pounds. I think everyone remembers their first 225 bench.
What
2
a
plate
classic,
number,
yes.
so magical.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Moving our ref lights over a little bit to the side here. Let's see. 3 white lights. All right. Might not be centered, but it's out of the way. This time I'd like to take another opportunity to thank our meet directors, David Gervey and Jeanette Lazelle-Sitar. We're here at an MPA event. When we do independent events, not that it's private interest, but you know, it's put on by individuals. Jeanette and David have always run in the name of MPA for the good of MPA, with income coming into the MPA. Truly volunteer work. Thank you guys both. Three white lights for Dawson. Oh.
Kenneth Morris coming out next with 105 kilograms. I always enjoy the bench for the spotters and loaders. They get a little bit of breather, not having to load on those red plates, just a little bit less.
But there's so many more mistakes to be made. Pros and cons.
Very true.
I think it was at Mike's Worlds. It might have been Nationals. I can't remember. We did a 2-person bench press. It was a lot. So you do the handoff and then you run to the side. It's a thing. It's a real thing.
Oh, wow.
Not preferred. But honestly, once you're in the groove, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. I do know that as the person doing handoffs for the platform, it can be frustrating when lifters don't give you a clear indication. You're kind of standing there awkwardly. So if you're a lifter and you're going off for bench, make sure you identify who's giving the handoffs and give them a signal if you want them to give you a handoff or not. Totally an individual preference. I'm kind of subjective as to who I take mine from, but you got to be clear about whether you want it or not.
Great advice. Very, very good advice.
There we go.
So this is a record. 112 kilos for Brandon De La Rosa. Bit of confusion on the weight on the bar. So the
Seems
weight
to be some confusion.
Yeah, the weight on the score sheet is 112 kilos without a decimal. It's unclear if this is a record or not.
I believe he'd be going for 112.5. And men's junior 105.
Now that the plates have gone back to the table, I think they're going up to just the 112.5.
It appears to be the case, yes.
We
I'm
can
going to
only-
say that did seem low to have a record in the 105 class.
Might have been a data entry error, might have been a coach error. It's fine, but remember to everybody watching this, always check the score sheet before you get ready to go. Make sure that your numbers are entered correctly. Human error happens, whether it's yourselves or the table. Always double check.
Brandon offering to not take a hand off. Great opener there.
Very fast. We're going to pretend that the volleyball screamers were cheering for Brandon.
Absolutely, yes. That is a loud volleyball tournament. I'm not sure what's going on over there, but
We're here at the Dakota Fieldhouse, home of many, many a sport and many, a lane to do these
a
sports.
fantastic facility, but absolutely not the quietest of them.
Noise is good. Noise is good. Sean is up. Sean. His favorite powerlifter. None other than our interviewed Selmar.
Oh, there we go.
Now I question, did Sean write this or did Selmar?
I question that myself.
He wants to shout out his girlfriend Ira. He doesn't have a powerlifting journey. He has no history of volunteering, no preferences. But you know what? 15 minutes before he filled this out, he squatted a provincial record, and he wanted to let us know he did that.
Well, there you go. That's a pretty impressive situation there.
He's in university, and now he's educating us on what he can do.
Yeah, I'd have to double check. That might be my record he took. I don't even know if it stood that long or what was standing anymore.
It's possible. 3 white lights for his opening bench press, coached by James Cornelson, one of our founders and co-owners of Cornerstone Barbell. Rodrigo Dieguez out now with 127.5. 275 is in pounds is quite a milestone for your mid-weight athlete in the bench press, especially if you're a sub-junior.
Absolutely, yeah.
So he's blowing by that with the 281. First time I hit 275 in pounds in the gym. Well, you can't see it behind all the spotters' bodies. I'm interrupting my own story to suggest that he put his feet on the bench for a setup, which has been banned as of 2023, I believe, 2024 possibly. You're not
I
allowed to
believe
put
it's
your feet on
longer
the
than
bench.
that. I think it was 2021 even they might have found that.
It's possible. They asked him to get off and try again, and he did so successfully.
So yeah, that was my squat record that he took.
So that record is how many years old?
That record has stood since August 21st, 2016.
2016.
So you know what? 8 and a bit years isn't too bad. Happy to pass the torch.
Good job, Sean. Nicholas Lai up now.
I'll be curious if he gets my bench at 175.
It's possible.
Oh, sorry, that's men's junior. This is sub-junior.
Still goes up, I think. Nick here. 105 kilos.
Sorry, I apologize. That record has stood since 2015. So the bench record he's going to be hoisting will be 162.5.
We just had a volleyball enter the arena. Tommy caught it by accident. We can't see. We'll try and get Tommy to not stand in front of us. Apologies, Nick. It's okay. Our spotters are our spotters. Now, Dean Smith is competing twice today, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to do the unequipped in the morning and the equipped in the afternoon session.
So just to clarify, we had mentioned earlier about Brandon De La Rosa, the loading error there. The record for the men's junior 105 bench is 178 kilograms by Daniel Mondo in 2020.
I believe he is going for 105 or something like that. Not quite there. He'll get there one day.
Not quite there. He'll get there one day.
Now, Dean Smith, like we said, he's going for his first of 2 bench sessions today.
Dean likes to compete quite often. I think it's not the first meet he's done this.
Yeah. Oh, it's the bodies in the way that's the issue. It's okay. We'll talk to them after.
Now you get a nice view of Tommy Howell's magnificent backside.
You know what? He's trying. I'm going to go up there and make an investigative journalistic request.
I think that's the way to do it. This is the face reveal the audience has been waiting for. Here comes Mr. Matthew Bowen. Looking handsome, looking studly. There he goes. Was your request met with hostility or grace?
Small amount of hostility.
Oh dear.
I tried to be pleasant. It's that time of the day, the bench roll.
Maybe we should have sent the bigger of us.
Thank you, Tommy. It's a good cop, bad cop situation.
Exactly, yes. We're a good team here.
Eric, start, press, and rack. The 3 bench press commands for those who may not be familiar with how this works. Bench press in the gym is quite simple. You might bounce it off your chest. You might have your butt in the air. You might have your heels up, but in the IPF, you need to have your head on the bench. You need to have your butt on the bench. You need to have your feet flat on the ground with your heels touching the ground. They have to stay that way throughout the attempt. You have to control the bench press all the way down to your chest, have a pause until the referee says press, and then wait for a rack command. You have 3 commands on the bench. It's the most technically difficult of the 3. Everybody thinks of it as the simple bro lift. In powerlifting, it's complicated. It's technical. It's probably the least exciting of the 3 lifts, but that's our job to keep it amusing.
Most likely, yes. We're here to simply bring the bro back into the bench press.
Excellent camera adjustment.
Yeah, that's a good angle. I like this. And the spot is being very aware of you folks at home, so this is for you. Very nice bench there from Vince Ramos.
Good job, Vince. Ryder Silver up next. Ryder Silver. Sub-Junior 74. Ryder went 3 for 3 on his squat attempts today. Body weight of 68 kilos. He's a sub-junior, younger lifter.
I know too that bench press is one of the harder events to photograph due to all the uprights and folks in the way. I know I've helped some of my photography friends try to figure out good angles. It's a difficult one to get.
Sure is. But it's not difficult for that bench press attempt. 3 white lights.
Absolutely not. He's got a lot more in the tank there. It does make me happy to see conservative openers, though.
Sure does. It's nice to get on the board.
Yeah, there was a weird phase there for a couple of years where super heavy. It's nice to see that kind of paths and that people are being more strategic with their temp selection.
That is correct. That is correct. This time we'd like to thank once again A7 Canada for their outfitting today. A7 providing what looks like the best lifter overall wrist wraps for our athletes who may win a championship today.
Very nice. Those are some fantastic wrist wraps as well. I won a pair at a recent competition. They're quite rigid.
That was a good lift.
All right, so we're coming around now to bench press round 2, and the volleyball crowd is very excited about that.
Yes, absolutely.
We're going to have Harnoor Singh coming up first with 105 kilograms to improve his total.
You know, in a hockey arena, baseball arena, even in the football goalpost, you get a net. We need a net right there.
Right there in that little gap.
Too many volleyballs are coming in.
It's
here
amazing
today.
how many volleyballs are coming in here. You'd think that for a tournament with so much hype and noise, they'd be a little better at controlling their strays.
Or that they come follow them.
That would also be a good idea.
It's okay.
But you know what? As any poor golfer will tell you, it's kind of hard to keep track of your balls.
True enough, true enough. Harnoor Singh, 105 kilos, 231 pounds. Good press command. He locks it out. That
Very
is
nice.
a good lift.
Harnoor, I know, has been battling to get up a weight class. I know he works a very physical job, so he's doing about 20,000 steps a day.
Get up a class or get down?
He's trying to get up a class.
Yes.
He's really struggling against that active job. So
What does he do for a living?
he works at the airport doing baggage handling, I believe.
Whoa.
So he's doing a lot of steps. He's all over the place.
That is a tough job.
A great kid, really, really good young guy.
Dawson says that. Well, Dawson's from Matlock, Manitoba.
Matlock. Oh,
It's on the way to Winnipeg Beach.
he might be one of your neighbors there.
He may be.
Careful, he'll be calling complaints in about your Airbnb.
He may just. He wants to break on. Oh, it's a typo. He wants to break his personal best here today.
That's always the goal, and he looks like he's well on his
Student.
way to do it.
Whose hobbies outside of powerlifting include fitness and lifting.
Interesting. I don't know if he fully understood that question. Although, to be fair, powerlifting, if you're doing it in certain ways, isn't always about fitness.
True.
Hashtag West Side.
3 white lights.
Fantastic lift.
Keaton Roulette out here. Keaton's calm, cool, collected.
Absolutely. Yeah, Keaton's definitely one of the more animated lifters. I believe I know that he's coached by Big Rob Heinemak.
Big Rob.
I haven't seen him around in a couple of years. It seems he's been back on the scene the last 2-3 years now, just helping out younger lifters, which we love to see. Rob, I believe he was an IFBB pro. Back in his day, he was putting up some crazy numbers.
Yes. Unfortunately, no lift on a technicality there. Might have been the commands, but I'm not positive. Big Rob is coming over to ask the jury.
There we go.
David Rinko lets him know that it was a... What happened?
Butt lifted on the bench.
As we talked about earlier on, the rules and state that you need to have your glutes planted on the bench at all times, and unfortunately his popped up there.
No, not a strength issue, though.
No.
So this is why, for any lifters listening, you always want a singlet that is black on the butt. You don't want to have a whole bunch of chalk or anything that's going to draw attention. You don't want to give them any more reason to look than they have to.
True. Very, very true. Ken Morris had an excellent series of squats. Now let's see what he can do in the bench press.
Starting of a second attempt here of 110 kilograms. And very easy work from there. He's got more in the tank.
3 white lights. Brandon De La Rosa. He got that. He got that opening attempt. After a bit of confusion there, he's up to 117.5. He's at a 4 for 4 day. Let's see if he can go 5 for 5. as we go through this meet a bit, we're starting to see a bit of competition between some of the lifters. We're seeing second place. You know, I think I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different second places, which means we may have a bit of competition here at the local level powerlifting competition.
It was exciting to get a little bit of back and forth. I know back in the day you were lucky to have one other person in your weight class. Now they're all jam-packed full.
Competitive sub-juniors is always the goal. And the
Three white lights.
That's 3 white lights. Rodrigo Dieguez now. Rodrigo.
I believe we're on Sean here.
Oh. I apologize. So many green numbers on my computer here in front of me. They all blend together sometimes. 120. Now, Andrew, can you go ahead and explain what the prog total versus the Kerr total might mean? We got a prog total and a Kerr total.
Yeah, so your prog total, I'm not sure why it's a G there, but it's your projected total based on your current successful lifts and your future openers. So that will change as he completes new lifts. So his current total, of course, being 552.5. Projected total, he's made this lift, so that will now become his current total, assuming he gets...
Ooh, 2-1.
Oh, and he did not get the lift.
I saw the side referee motion that his foot might have been up. I'm not sure what the other side went. Coach James going to run over, give him a cornerstone challenge here.
Coach James looking very unhappy with the situation. He's a feisty little guy. He looks very disappointed and quite dejected at that outcome. His heels were up off the ground. Not much you can argue with that.
That was a blue one. I'm allowed to help the athletes as a commentator.
James really fighting that outcome. I don't think he's going to be too happy about that, but if the jury agrees, the jury agrees.
Should probably double check the light, but who knows? That is 3 white lights.
3 white lights for Rodrigo.
Eric Young filled out a survey. Time to see what he said. Eric goes to Altia. Wow. No coach. Jeanette is letting us know for volunteers that there was in fact sandwiches ready. Eric Young here ready to take 210 kilo squat. He's going to add to that with a attempt of 142.5 bench. He's in first. He gets a start command, gets a press command.
Oh, and there's our first real command. Oh,
that's why they gave it out a little bit there. Just not quite there. He said his goal today is to get to 600 kilogram total while sick. That's ill.
Pretty impressive.
He is some kind of sick today. Dean Smith.
Speaking of ill and sick, look at that singlet.
Vintage Titan.
That is pretty awesome. I think a lot of people forget that it's not just SBD and A7 that make equipment, but there are older companies there.
There's an entire IPF approved list.
Yeah. Titan being more known for their supportive equipment and equipped powerlifting, but they do make equipment for...
Now, I know Dean's represented Canada internationally, and he will wear those singlets when he needs to, but when he's back at home, he wears the fire.
If you kind of squint at it, it could just be a Harley Davidson, but they've done a good job of disguising that.
Dean is an avid rider of all kinds of vehicles. And again, in the morning, he's lifting unequipped, so that means he's going without a bench press shirt.
Which is the more comfortable way to do it, especially.
So while he's doing 145.5. That's a record, Andrew.
Is that a record?
This is a record in the M283
Oh my goodness,
class.
it is a record. Look at that. And he has more in the tank, for
Not
sure.
bad at all. 3 white lights. You know what he's going to have to do? He's going to have to weigh in again.
I suppose he will have to weigh in
Get
again.
in around 130.
Hopefully he's not on the platform at the same time.
As a bench press only guy, he'll probably be done.
For those of you who haven't been in a bench shirt, it's not an experience you should take lightly. They are very tight and not the happiest thing ever.
We'll get there later, I suppose. I think there's only 2 equipped benches. Could be
I
wrong.
believe so.
But for now, we're unequipped. Nick here.
150 kilos, 330.7 pounds. He's bench pressing me right now.
That he is, Andrew. That he is.
I will say, I'm not sure when this trend of putting your weight up and down on the rack became a thing, but it always makes me uneasy. If you miss that rack, that's a lot of weight hurtling down on you.
It's true.
It's more prevalent on the squats, and I've made my thoughts on that very clear to some of the lifters who I'm on good terms
Yes.
with.
Now, interesting enough, David on the side here gave a yellow light. I think it was for jumping the rack command.
I think it was
Oh,
borderline.
wait. No, wait. I take that back. David showed. He lifted his butt up and pointed at it, so I'm assuming he thought that the glute had gone up.
Ah, that makes sense.
All right. Vince. Arc Strength, coached by Jordan Smith.
Oh,
Wow.
our meat director
Delivery
delivering us some
sandwiches.
sandwiches.
Vince is a highway patrol officer. He likes cars and cafes. And he had a 680 kilo total in training after a big back injury. Today he wants to be the best male junior. And that is a good lift, good grind, well done. Nikki Chow up now.
Is it much better than a Safeway Edward sandwich?
I don't know. These are good though. Nikki taking 100 for his third. Sometimes people get intimidated by those big milestone numbers. 100 kilos is both 100 kilos and nearly 2 pound plates.
Mental blocks are real. A lot of people will stall a progression just off the mental block, and once they break that, it's not uncommon to see someone. Well, for example, it took me an awful long time to get to 700-pound deadlift, and then within about 6 months of that, I was pulling mid to high sevens. Once you get past that mental barrier, you can make some really rapid progress. It's just sometimes you're holding yourself back.
Ryder. Another sub junior, also hitting 100 kilos. Neck and neck here. 80, 90, 100. Oh, gonna blow a shoulder. They got it, good job. Now Dawson, we spoke a little bit about before. His coaches are both Kurt and James, and this is his first year competing. He has a preference in powerlifting of the bench press. Again, I don't know why I joined preferences with volunteer history, but it happened. I think I meant to say, what do you prefer to do volunteering?
Yeah, my preference volunteering is always back squat.
That was a good weight choice.
That was a great goal.
3-way light for Dawson.
Yep, maybe had a tiny bit left on the platform, but I don't think too much. So that was a good weight selection.
That's right. Strong coaching. You may have noticed a swap out there. Andy Alden probably had to go to the bathroom or some other type of emergency. Swapping out with David, our jury. Loss for continuity. So the meet doesn't stop when a referee has to exit. We like our surplus of referees, and we like the fact that folks like me are able to not referee and do other things.
That's the way to do it.
It used to be a burden to be a referee. You had to do it every single time, but now our volunteer base has grown and grown and grown. And I personally love it.
Yeah, I prefer to be on the outside a little bit here. I don't think refereeing is not quite my jam. It's not something that ever really interested me.
Too busy cheering athletes, you would have a hard time.
I'd have a hard time to tell them that they're doing things wrong. I don't mind telling them doing things wrong, but I like doing it in a humorous way. I don't necessarily love giving them strict rule feedback. And really, too, it's so much fun to sit here and yell and cheer and push these athletes on. It'd be awfully hard to sit in a referee chair and not be screaming at them.
True. The table was able to get our lifting forward there, with showing Dawson still, but Keaton came out. His second was a no lift. His third was three-way lights and fast.
Awesome. Yeah, so he's definitely cleaned up having his butt on the bench there. That was really good. Very strong young man, him. He's going to have a great future if he sticks with this.
It's a nice game day pivot. Hunter added 5 kilos between the first and the second. Another 5 here for the third.
I believe he's hit this in training. Can't entirely remember. You enjoy the lovely top of the head of our media individual here.
Not a lot of dandruff in his hair.
Yes, you could probably do with a less greasy styling agent. All the jokes, folks.
Not
quite there for Harden. He's young. He'll be back for that again.
As a live stream crew, our goal is to make a production available for those that can't be here today, while trying not to outshine our media production crew. We're doing media packages for these athletes, special edited, really high quality photography and videos that the athletes can take these memories back home, not have to listen to us, and have a really clear-cut portfolio showing just what they're capable of in a competition.
Yeah, far superior. We don't necessarily make athletes look cool. We're just here to keep you folks entertained and provide a little bit of background noise so lifting is really being featured here tonight.
Ken Morris continues his day with another 3-for-3 lift.
That's fantastic. If you can make every attempt, you're probably optimizing your goal.
Bright future ahead for him. It's been very smooth, very strong. Brandon De La Rosa trying to go 3-for-3 on the bench again.
Brandon, a 105 lifter, benching 120 kilos. He's benching the next weight class up here.
A lot of gripping. If you're able to squeeze that bar, you can put a little bit more output in your strength. Maximal body effort. I think that was a good weight for him.
I'd say that was about perfect selection. That sticking point in the middle. Oh, and unfortunately, 3 reds. Did he skip the rack command?
I bet you it was a butt or a foot that we couldn't see.
Maybe. It's just not something you usually get from the head rock.
No.
Unfortunate. At least the strength is there. You just got to clean it up, right? That's always a promising takeaway from that.
Absolutely. Sean Winslow here. His goal today, lift. I think this entire survey response was just to tell us he got that squat record. Well deserved, Sean.
That sounds like it. He does in university. I don't know what for.
He may just...
He wants also to know he has no hobbies at all. Powerlifting is his entire life, and there are no other interests.
Particularly the single squat record.
Particularly his single squat record. Do you think he knew that I was on the commentary table and he really wanted me to know that he got my squat record?
It's possible.
I think this feels like a personal attack at this point. His coach is James, and we do like to go back and forth, so this may have been the case.
True story, true story.
Rodrigo coming out for 137.5.
Rodrigo Dieguez here. This will be a 303-pound bench press for him. As a sub-junior in the 93 division, that is quite strong. He has a very thick chest, which allows him to not have that far to go with his bench. What a perfect weight. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. What a great...
Incredible. Congrats on a 300-pound bench press, sir. Eric is in marketing. The best thing he says he's ever done is a 315-pound times 20 rep squat set.
That is insane.
His favorite lifter is Dan Green.
Dan Green, a classic.
He's been lifting since 2021. This is his 4th meet. That's 1 meet a year.
There you go.
And he wants to say hello to his girlfriend, Kyla.
Very sweet. Speaking of 20 rep squat sets, did you see Lucas Haddon squat 600 pounds for 20?
No, but that's gross.
It is disgusting.
Now Eric here is doing 142.5 in poundage. Oh, there we go. Yep, good job. And we can see again. 314. It's about 3 plates in the Imperial system.
And I think he's got 3 plates there if he wants to go and get it. That was impressive.
3 white lights.
Great press.
All right, Dean was his 3rd and final lift of this session. Dean, one of our bench press only guys.
Again, mildly surprised he's not taking a chip on this one, given it should be another record.
I wonder if he comes out. In Flight B, we have 3 other bench press only athletes coming. The bar is loaded for him. He is going to come out. If you remember Jordan Smith from Flight C, or Flight A, or Flight B, I'm not sure where we are right now. If you remember Jordan Smith, Dean is his uncle.
I believe we're in Winnipeg. I think.
I thought we were in Dakota.
Shoot. North or south?
North Dakota.
Oh, North Dakota. Okay, there we go.
147.5, 325.2 pounds.
Walk it out, Dean.
Oh. Let's see what
I
the
don't think I
judges
saw
say.
downward motion. That should be, and a 3 white lights. Awesome press there.
That was just a crickety-crockety.
Very impressive effort there.
Successful bench. Good job. All right, Nicholas. Two more lifters left in flight A here. Nick and then Vince, and then we're moving on.
Looking across the way at the score table there, do you think we're having more fun?
I think everybody's having fun in their own way. Bailey's doing a great job announcing.
Bailey always kills it on the mic. Definitely Manitoba's most intense lifter, I think.
Right, possibly.
Is she lifting today?
I'm not sure.
I thought she was in the afternoon flights. Come on, Nick. That's a great press. Will he get the lift?
Shaky elbow.
3 white
lights.
lights.
All right, last but not least in flight A, Vince. I was speaking about his injury and coming back from his injury in his last attempt. However, Vince had a herniated disc in 2022, and now he's lifting more than he ever thought he would. He really wants to thank all the friends and family tuning in live or watching in person, I guess on the live stream. So thank you to Vince's fans. His favorite lifter is Kyle DeLeon from Powerlifting America, and he likes doing all kinds of volunteering.
That's what we like to hear. All kinds of volunteering is the best kind of volunteering.
For a 93, 165 is quite a decent bench, especially in the junior division.
Very respectable. Not quite there today.
All right.
Bench press is tough where you can have some really good numbers and then hit that wall. So that should put us on to our third flight here, I believe.
Flight B.
That was only flight A. Oh my.
Rod is a 66 open, currently in second place. It looks like we have, well, no, I take that back. Cody's doing bench only, so he won't count, and neither will Guillen.
3 bench-only lifters here. Brandon Wojcik, Jan Garcia, and Cody Dietrich. Are they all raw?
I believe they are, yes.
It looks like it. Interesting.
Rod here is in second against Ryan Colasar. 90 for an opener. Now, we've spoken a bit about a lot of things here, but what is a point? It says he has 66 points. What does that mean? Oh, dear God, CCES is here at an MPA meet.
Are they?
We're getting drug tested today, boys.
Wow. For those of you unaware, there's an ongoing joke about how we haven't actually had a drug test in several years at an MPA meet. So, if we see anyone running for the exits, you know why.
If you don't know who Joe Landrell is, you will today.
Sorry, so we went back to the points.
Yes.
So GL points is a coefficient essentially designed to measure lifters across different weight classes. So, for example, I weigh 330 pounds, about 150 kilos, and say a guy like Rod Wigner weighs under 66 kilograms. Well, we know that I'll lift more just simply off of body weight in most situations. But the reality is, I might not be stronger than him pound for pound. And so those coefficients help to compare athletes across different weight classes so that the lifters who are smaller are getting the same recognition as those moving the larger pounders.
That's a great explanation. 3 white lights for Nathaniel. It's a good lift. It's just like in, let's say a fighting sport like mixed martial arts or boxing. you can have a much better athlete that's 100 pounds lighter than the heavier heavyweight.
Yeah, 100%. So you have a guy like George St. Pierre versus a guy like John Jones. People say, well, John Jones is the best. Like, no, I don't think so. George St. Pierre, forever, Canadian.
And you're going to find in powerlifting with men, the 83 and 93 class is significantly heavier stacked than the other classes. So if you're the best 83, you're likely on average a better lifter than the best heavyweight or the best super lightweight.
Yeah, they've gone through a couple of formulas over the years. I know Wilkes used to really heavily favor the heavier guys. The one in the middle, what was it?
IPF points.
IPF points really heavily favored those lighter lifters. And then GL seems to have balanced it out. Obviously, there's a limit to these formulas, but it gives us a better idea than just comparing apples to oranges. I'm of the camp that there's a certain systemic load to squatting 1,000 pounds. So, I think that deserves the recognition, but at the same time, someone squatting quadruple body weight also deserves that recognition, and GL points gives that something.
Yeah, I agree. We had Jeremy Martin was the second or third most competitive or competed athlete in MPA. He was good for his bench, and now Jordan Smith, the number one most frequently lifted
22 meets
athlete
and
here.
Coming with another chip.
111, what a magical number. Let's see if he gets it. Oh
Looks
my goodness,
very
without even
smooth.
trying. Arrive, raise records, leave.
So for any new lifters watching here, something very interesting to keep in mind is you'll notice some lifters are racking the weight when given the command, and some are waiting for the spotters to take the load. No wrong way to do it as long as you're not skipping the command. However, letting the spotters take the load from you typically ensures that you're not skipping commands. So that'd be my advice to anyone new, is don't re-rack it until you feel the pressure from the spotters.
Ryan Colasar here. I let him know earlier that he did not get a red on his last squat. He was excited. He said that his knee was seized up in the back, and that's why he missed his first.
That makes sense. I did notice that his quad looked very engaged, even for him. He's a lean guy, but it almost looked like he was cramping in the one quad there. So, I wonder if that had anything to do with that.
But this
there's nothing seizing on that bench. That's
exactly,
for sure.
very smooth.
Looked fantastic.
When you're spotting, when you're loading the bench, I should say, you have to jack those arms up to get the upright to go up and down. You have to change your weight. You have to change the safety heights down below.
It's the most annoying to do for sure.
It's a lot.
Well, speaking of arms, though, holy crap, Ben Langley is just still massive.
Sure is.
He has been jacked for a decade. It's not fair.
One of Canada's best lifters.
Yes. He's also recently been promoted to sergeant.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I believe that's
Sergeant
2
Ben.
promotions since he's moved away.
He's
So
also
thank you
started
Ben, for his service and as well for handling the local outfits.
He's also started a rent-to-own real estate business if you're looking to
did see
buy
that, yeah.
in Trenton, Ontario. But you can't quite afford it now. They can offer you a rent-to-buy program.
Sounds like a plan there.
Brandon Wojcik here, 127.5. Brandon's from North Bay, Ontario.
Oh, quite a trek.
Yeah. Him and Ben both.
Coached by Austin Ryan, longtime powerlifting coach and currently Canada's strongest man under 105 kilograms in strongman. A multi-athlete, a sport athlete.
Incredible, incredible. His favorite athlete is Jamal Browner. He came from the CPL in 2022 and went to the CPU in 2023.
It does amaze me sometimes to remember that there are other federations, just given how big the CPU is. Justin Manalo, again, mentioned he did win Commonwealths for his weight class, so looking to put on a big performance here. And I believe it's a battle between Justin and Michael Collins, looking to be the first Manitoban to crack 100 GL points.
It's never happened?
I don't believe so.
Wow.
I believe Justin is the closest currently. I believe he sits at, I want to say he's about 97 at Commonwealths, but very, very close.
Could be today.
Could be today. I know we had a challenging water cut. I believe he was on the treadmill all yesterday, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him too much. I'm not over familiar with what his PRs are, but...
Hey, you got 2-1 on that one.
Yep, that was a good one. Salmar, who we heard from during our intermission there, looking to continue his excellent performance here today.
Salmar wants to thank Micah, his girlfriend. He's an eyewear consultant, and he likes content creation. You should check him out on his social medias. Joe Borenstein's his favorite lifter.
Who's his favorite lifter?
Joe Borenstein.
Oh, obscure.
He started in 2022, 3-way lights.
Excellent. Salmar, another very frequent competitor. I'm not sure how many he's actually done in total, but seems like he's at almost every meet.
You know who else is at every meet? My friend Graham Gerlach out in BCPA. Vice President, good guy.
Sounds like a great dude.
Guillen Garcia here.
Thank you, lifters, as well, for submitting all this information for us. It makes our life a little bit easier as commentators. And we can be funny all day, but it does help dramatically when we have all this information you provided.
Sure does.
Very easy bench there. Great opener.
Cody, the owner of Movement Fitness and Performance. He is doing bench press only. Says he's placed in 5th right now. That's inaccurate. They've entered him as a power lifter, so he's actually got a 0 on the squat in our score sheet. We'll change it afterwards.
Yes, absolutely.
He has not bombed on the squat. He is not taking a squat.
Yes. So there's Cody, again, giving some excellent input to Tommy as to how he would like his handoff.
Probably don't need your cord anymore.
Probably not, no. Am I fully charged up? I guess we'll find out shortly. Yeah, it's still running, so I am now wireless. This
Cody.
is fantastic.
It's up. That was a
nice
very
first
smooth bench.
That was very smooth.
Eric Tanktakun, after his massive series of squats here, he's at 94, Andrew. He's at 94 GL.
He's at 94 GL already.
Yes.
Wow. Some impressive numbers here.
Eric's one of those quietly humble lifters. He's been grinding away for years and years and years.
Yeah, I think I've only met him maybe once when I grabbed all this stuff from Stronghold for 2020 Nationals there. I believe he was there helping me out.
One time my friend Russell Salata, longtime MPA member turned marathon athlete, allegedly, told me, watch Eric Tanktakun. He's going to be one of the best we've ever seen.
I don't really want to give Russell Salad Fingers credit for a whole lot here, but he might have done something.
140 kilos. Relatively low compared to his incredible squat, but still nothing to... Wow, very fast.
Yeah.
He's on the board.
And that's a smart play. When you have a good squat like that, you definitely want to make sure that you're securing that number.
Why I like total fortification as a concept is you're getting people who need to qualify for nationals, those high-level athletes. As well, there's no restriction on any lower-level athlete, not lower, but entry-level athlete from competing.
Yeah. Well, but again, total fortification, you need to get your total in. So sometimes if a lifter has a good first squat, they will lower their openers on their squat or their bench press just to ensure that they're able to get that total.
And some of these people are stronger than the qualifiers, so they might not have to have a.
Also true.
The
Some
greatest day
people
of
are
their
just
life.
doing this because they don't want to travel to nationals, but they want to compete.
A guy like Kurt, I don't know what he's going to get today, but I'm assuming he doesn't have to give it his best to get to nationals. Although they might have increased the nationals total, I'm not sure.
They did increase them quite dramatically this year. I know several athletes had gone to PEI specifically to get a nationals experience before the increase.
Maybe that's a investigative journalism research topic we can get into.
Yes.
Well, Rod coming back around for bench press 2 in flight B. I think the second flight of bench in a 3-flight meet
Yes.
is the most challenging flight of all. Everybody's adrenaline is at its lowest in the day at this point, probably.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is that time when you start to slow down a little bit. You know, the old circadian rhythms take a nap time.
You've probably had some subs if you're a volunteer.
More than likely, you've had a little bit of food in you. That's why this live stream is brought to you by White Monster, the lifter's best friend.
Rod unracks, sets up.
Looking a little shaky in the arms. And that doesn't mean anything. That looks pretty clean. I think he's got a little bit more room in him. Not a ton, but a little bit.
Always harder to judge with the lighter athletes. But 5 kilos to a super heavyweight and 5 kilos to a light athlete are two different things.
Percentage is a real thing.
Something I've noticed in recent years. When I started, people had all kinds of wild setups on the bench, but it's almost standard now to see people unloading with their butt up in the air and then planting to start.
I don't mind that. I do find that it lets you get into a better position when you're unracking sometimes. I don't know, to me it's just one more moving part to have to adjust just, so if you even take a lift off. One thing I do notice is very few athletes take lift offs anymore.
It's true.
And even the ones who do, and that's a good lift.
It's a good lift, 2-1.
One thing I have noticed that athletes who do take lift-offs, they seem to not fully understand. It's not a knock on any athletes, but when you're taking a lift-off, the goal is to lose about maybe 15% of it. You don't want the guy lifting it out and dropping it on top of you. You don't want to be pressing it out yourselves. But you definitely have to take a lot of that load. I think that some people forget that. So if you're an athlete and you're planning on taking a lift off, just know that your spotter is probably only planning on taking about 10 to 15% of that load.
See, I think I'm the kind of person that wouldn't take a handoff towards the end of my career because I couldn't trust them. I didn't.
There's a handful of people who
timing was so important for my style of lifting.
Yeah, I know for me, if Michael Thrones is doing handoffs, I will take a handoff. I let my coach Guy give me handoffs. I'm pretty. Sometimes I get a handoff and it's just like, okay, well, that didn't really help me all the time. But I mean, the other thing too is that if you are self-unracking and training a lot, you might just be more comfortable with that. I know I have no issue not taking a handoff. I'm happy to unrack myself, but if the chance is there to just alleviate a little bit of that fatigue and you're comfortable taking them, it's not a bad strategy sometimes.
Fair explanation.
Jordan here with another chip at 116 kilograms.
Jordan would like to say thank you and shout out to his wife Bea, who's also his coach handler today. And his goal is to get a national qualifying total and return to 59 after 6 years at 66. He's a referee and a coach, and he's been doing this since 2017. And that is another provincial record. 3 white lights. This is what YouTube loads for me.
That is wild. Are you a guy or something?
I may be. Ryan Colasar. He's on the board. He missed his first squat on account of his knee breaking in the back, essentially. Malfunctioning. He's back now.
The joys of getting old.
Second and third squats and first bench are good. He also does a self-unrack. Very fast press command. Perfect bench.
3 white lights.
I'm about to add the MPA to part of my premium YouTube family plan so we can have a better and longer run time.
That would be a great thing.
You want a squat?
What?
You want to be in my family?
Absolutely, that sounds wonderful. Okay, here we have Brandon Wojcik.
Brandon also looking for his qualifying total for nationals. He's a wildland firefighter. That's an intense job. His career highlight was at Centrals in February, where he did 582.5 overall today. Or that day, sorry.
Very clean bench press there. I think he's got another little bit in him.
Today he's
Wouldn't
just a
be
bench
surprised to
presser.
see another 5 kilo jump there. Justin Manello coming back out again with 137.5 kilograms.
Following up on Brandon there, he's always been an OPA athlete doing Ontario meets. He must be here just to qualify. Total Fortification.
Total Fortification, everybody. Where in Ontario did it say he's from?
North Bay.
North Bay.
Justin's at 95.215 GL points. This is neck and neck between him, Eric, and potentially Michael to see if any of them can hit that 100 GL point total today. I believe Justin was our male lifter of the year. Potentially not.
I would assume he flew in rather than driving 19 hours.
That is a good lift. Great lift for Justin.
Very nice.
Selmar's first meet was in 2022. He wants to have a shout out to True North Sportswear for the gear, and his girlfriend Micah for always being by his side during these crazy preps and meets. As we had seen in our, heard in our interview earlier, impromptu there, Selmar missed his weight at Nationals, which was very unfortunate.
Yeah, especially when you're traveling to PEI to do so. I don't think maybe he accounted for the travel. I know when I spoke to him, he seemed like he was in fairly good standings, really content.
It's just one of those things. You live, you learn.
And I think you're going to enjoy some of the responses.
The stream is going
Awesome, no problem. Oh, and you got the slideshow up.
Yeah.
Yeah, ChatGPT.
Oh yeah.
ChatGPT was going to set it up for us, but then you did.
Yeah.
I use it a lot.
3 white lights, Selmar.
I use it a lot for Google Sheets formulas.
Well, so there's a on now. There's an add-on for ChatGPT where you just like type in the box. You're gonna go like equal GPT, and then type in what you want it to do. I'll send it to you on Instagram.
Unofficially, this meet has been sponsored
I'll send it to you.
by ChatGPT, everybody. AI is the future. All right, we have Gian Garcia up here now. Coach Riley Bertrand, or at least fan Riley Bertrand in the crowd. Loud fan. 142.5 kilos. Gian, sorry, not Gian.
So,
I know, I showed that the other day.
so cool.
I know. And 3 white lights. Very, very good lift.
Cody coming out for his next attempt.
Again, without finding a calculator and then doing it, his GL points are not 18.765. They're relatively comparable to a powerlifting GL point total. So at 135 kilos, going for 142.5, that'd be an upper, well, probably a mid-upper level GL points, 70, 80, something like that. Not 18. Cody. Wow, that was a good weight selection, good lift.
We'll see if he puts much more on for his third. It's bench only, I'm assuming he's taking it, but that might just be a 2.5 kilo jump.
Eric, 94.663. Yeah, these guys are neck and neck. Thrones are showing 90. But he hasn't done any benching yet, and his deadlift jumps are huge.
Yeah, I know he's opening with a conservative deadlift just to lock that number in.
Vince is at 85. Cornelson's at 93. This is competitive today.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome. We could see a good fight for best lifter today.
Vince notably a junior compared to these older boys. Bit of a grind.
Very good weight selection.
I don't think it went down. So
No.
yeah, 3 white lights.
Again, another one I'll be curious to see if he takes the third attempt.
Yeah, Eric in his first, remember he went from 273 where he got it to 275 where he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And Kurt, our biggest bencher of this flight, taking 157.5 for a second. I wouldn't say he's number 1 mustache, but he's also got a beard. It's
Absolutely.
pretty powerful too.
Pretty powerful. You can see James lurking in the background there, carefully watching.
These guys have really done a lot for the sport of powerlifting in Manitoba, Winnipeg specifically.
They really have. And you know what, we're on the stream, I'll talk about it, but also doing a lot to bring in alternative options for untested lifters by the WRPF. So, very strong supporters of the sport in Manitoba, period, not just the MPA.
I believe they were a home gym for the last chance meet we had.
They were, yes. Yeah, in August, I believe.
Yeah. I was there for a session. It was nice.
Yeah.
Good gym. If I was still a lifter, I tell you, I'd make the drive to Main Street maybe.
Absolutely.
All right, Rod back around here for our third attempts on Flight B. Firsts are a little of a grinding, but thirds, they get exciting. People start missing their lifts. They start grinding hard.
Yeah, this is where the fun begins.
Nothing like a risk of failure and death to really get you into lifting.
Absolutely. Now, if I remember, I think Rod's second attempt was quite a grind, so we'll see if he gets this one.
Always fearful of shaky elbow lifters. I myself have done that in a time or two.
Oh, wow, and that looked
was smooth.
very clean. Just about re-racked it just off momentum. Good job not hitting the rack.
Maybe it was the mental block on the second.
I believe that might have been the case, yes. And again, as far as strength sports in general go, bench press is by no means technical, but as far as powerlifting goes, it is quite technical. Compared to clean and jerk or snatch, not at all. So if you are a bench presser who relies heavily on your technique, then your mental block or a little glitch here or there can really set you back.
Yes, indeed. Nathaniel here's out of Brickhouse. The Brickhouse Power Challenge has been sanctioned for 2025. Nathaniel's from Brick House. His coach is Jonathan. He wants to enjoy the meet and hit a provincial qualifying total. He's an educational assistant and a future teacher.
Oh, there we go.
He's into buying and selling vintage clothing and plays volleyball. What a combination.
I wonder if he's running over to the other courts there in between attempts.
He could be an ambassador. Unfortunately, his second was pretty tough. His third wasn't there.
Yeah,
He'll come
not
back
quite.
with deadlift.
I would say too, it's nice to see people pushing for qualifying totals for provincials. I know that we did, as the board made a decision to raise the totals, which I'm greatly in support of, and make provincials something you have to reach for a little bit more. I think they were a little low in previous years, so there were adjustments made higher here, lower there, and it's nice to see these young lifters really chasing that provincial total.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Jeremy Martin. He is taking 117.5.
As we mentioned before, Jeremy is a very frequent competitor. You'll pretty much see it almost every meet. Good attempt selection there.
Strong coaching, 2 white lights.
Yeah, might have had a little bit more in him, but nothing wrong with leaving a few kilos in the tank. You'll see our head referee pulling her phone out mid-session here. She's very bored with this 3-fight meet, I think.
That or the MPA has just been invited to a YouTube premium plan. Family, at least.
I like my explanation more. She's just really fed up with this. I think she's going to have words with the meet director afterwards.
Take your irresponsible, drop the IR, and you have a responsible president and head ref.
Multitasking at its finest.
Jordan Smith, a 3rd provincial record attempt.
Again, chipping. That's when you're looking to build a total. You probably don't think much of it, but if you're chipping across 3 lifts, that can add up to that 2.5 kilos at the very end of the day, which might be the difference between having your qualifying total and not.
Fortunately, it's just not
Not
there
quite
right
there
now.
today.
Welcome, Manitoba Powerlifting Association, to my premium YouTube family.
Can I be in your family?
Absolutely. Says I have 3 more left.
Oh, perfect.
You know, I've actually offered this to multiple people, and they say no for some reason. They like their ads. I don't know. I don't get
That's
it.
very strange. I'm not sure why that would ever happen.
Welcome to the family, Andrew.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I need to start posting on YouTube more. Apparently, that's something you have to do in Strongman.
Now you can change the speed of your YouTube.
Oh, perfect. I love that.
You can do YouTube without having to be watching the video on your phone.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Polisar, not there, unfortunately.
Not quite.
Okay, Justin is at 96.322 GL points. I think it's realistic that he could do 100 today.
I think that's very reasonable to
He'd have
suggest.
to. He's whatever if he gets his bench. It doesn't matter as much as those deadlifts, but he is a notable deadlift sandbagger.
Absolutely.
His third at Commonwealth was the first time I've seen him try. Very,
Not a
strong
bad
lifter.
place to start trying.
No, very strong lifter. Let's see what he can do for the bench here today. 140 kilos.
Little shaky in the elbows. We'll see how it works. And nice clean rep there. That was good.
He's building the total. Good job.
Yep, that'll put him in a good position.
All right, Brandon back up here now. He wants that qualifier. Let's see if he can get it.
All the way from North Bay, Ontario. I
Fair
hope
bench.
he gets that. That's a big trek.
I guess we'll tell by his reaction without looking if he gets it or not.
Very true.
Also from Ontario, Ryan Watkins, owner of TD3Ts and the designer for the third or fourth year in a row of our Total Fortification banner logo.
He does some fantastic artwork.
Great artwork, great shirts.
Yeah, absolutely. Big supporter of strength sports in Manitoba for sure.
Especially for an Ontario person.
Absolutely. Well, Thunder Bay is basically, it's basically Manitoba.
True. Let's see. Oh my God.
He's fighting. He's fighting.
He did something. Was that down up? It may have been. Let's see what they say. 3 white lights. The hype gets him through. He's going to nationals, perhaps. One time, there's I think it's a Mexican restaurant on Ness Avenue.
Yep.
Kind of by a ferry. I don't remember what it's called.
Yes, I know the place
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Selmar and his girlfriend were eating there. He knew I was there. I knew he was there. We didn't say hi to each other. I don't know why. We could have.
You know what? I think sometimes you just are so busy with your many endeavors that you just forget.
True. I once started a woodworking business and then forgot about it.
You've done many things in your time.
Okay, Salmar, 142.5. This is the 314 in pounds. This is the 3 plates.
It's looking a little shaky under there. I'm wondering if the sickness and fatigue, but let's see. No,
Wow.
just shaky, but that was a good bench. I think he's happy about that one.
He wants to go somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Yep. He may have forgotten to say hello to you there, but he made sure you hear him.
All right, Cody in the 145 range here. Okay, he's a bench press only athlete here today. You don't generally have people doing bench press only unless they have a goal.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the target would be here. Maybe he's trying to get into nationals.
145 could be. I'm not sure.
Or could just want to get on the platform. Maybe he's itching for it.
That's right.
Bench press only is also nice because, some people just enjoy benching, like, Daniel Precision there, closest to the camera.
Yes.
But, if you're injured, perhaps, let's say you got an injury to a knee or a back, bench press gives you an option to compete without having to worry about your injury as much.
True. Not there today, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately not.
It just got a whole lot more British in here.
Oh my goodness! Speak of the colonizers. Here they come. The redcoats are coming.
It is neither confirmed nor denied, but we do have an application in to be able to host the 2026 Commonwealth Powerlifting Federation Championships. Myself and Susan Haywood. She's just arrived behind us here for the section. She'll be refereeing.
Yeah. If you're in Manitoba Powerlifting, you don't know the name Susan Haywood. Read a book.
Yes.
A living legend, really.
Gian Garcia, 2 for 2 on the bench. 7.5 plus 7.5 to 7.5 jumps here to get to 150, a magical number.
How are you?
It's a good lift without even waiting for those refs. Oh no, I was wrong.
Oh dear. You're close, but that's okay.
Must have been a technicality in the butt of the foot. I didn't see it, Amanda didn't see it either.
So we're joined here with Manitoba legend Susan Haywood, whose husband Brock is competing today. How many red lights are you going to give him?
I'm probably going to be on the jury, so luckily I don't have to give him anything.
Okay, perfect. So, but if he comes to you for an overturn,
Well, it depends. I would go to the head judge and I'd ask them what their verdict was.
there we go. Professional, even in the face of love.
Oh, yes.
Asking the hard questions.
This is investigative journalism. We have to ask the hard questions that people want to know.
Collusion is a concept.
Yes.
All right, Eric.
Oh, just hits that sticking point, and it's not quite
happening.
there.
Good catch by the spotters.
Yeah, good job taking that.
Kurt is our last bencher before we move on to Flight C.
Yes. We're nearly 66.7% of the way through bench.
Nine lifters in Flight C. It'll fly by.
That'll be a little bit quicker than the last two.
Kurt's wearing a Team Manitoba in our maroon color scheme from one of the nationals. Somewhere out there, our old media coordinator, Jessica Anthony's to credit for her branding of us. Very, very sharp looking team, consistent coloring, and 3 white lights for Kurt. Brandon will start us off. Andrew will take over while I go to and from the restroom. Best of luck, Andrew.
Absolutely, I will take care of this. Alrighty, starting out these flights, we've got Brandon from Kalawang. He's coming out with 115 kilograms, 253.5 pounds. Opting not to take a handoff from Tommy Howell. Setting up quite low on the bench, especially to not taking a handoff, taking his time slotting into position there. That's a good opener. 3 white lights from the judges. You can see in the green jacket across the way there, Brock Haywood, living Manitoba legend, coming in. Andy Alden looking absolutely exhausted here in the referee's chair. It's been a long day already for these judges, and they're not done yet. Morgan Yarish also opening up with 115 kilograms. Little wobbly on the start there, but control to the chest and smooth, no problem. Bar going up to 122.5. You'll notice more spotters around the platform here as they work to adjust not just the rack height, not just the plates. Oh, a volleyball's entered the area once again. This is possibly the most hazardous powerlifting meet I've been at here. There's quite the object of projectiles. We're gonna have to get one of the spotters and loaders here maybe to keep an eye on those balls coming through. So far, no casualties. Very easy opener there. That was textbook. That's what you want to see. Coming up next year, Joseph Alabango with 125 kilograms on the bar. Spotters and loaders are doing a great job getting this platform turned around quickly. I've done that job, and I can tell you it is not easy to keep that meat moving quickly. You've got to really be putting the work in to make sure that things are moving the way they want them to. And 3 white lights for Joseph. Very nice. Wujun Lim coming out next. We'll be trying to point for a press of 127.5. And my co-host has returned with treats. This is hard work announcing, you know. That's one thing I will say about the MPA. They've always treated their volunteers very, very well. Sandwiches, muffins, coffee, drinks. We are well taken care of from the volunteer folks. So. We on here with 127.5 kilograms. Very easy opener, looking good there. Welcome back, Matthew Bowen.
I'm back for now. How's your time by yourself?
Lonely. I missed you dearly.
Give you time to think, reconsider your options?
No, I considered bolting, but it just felt wrong, and I don't do cardio.
You really would have had to run.
I could run for the exit, but you'd find me collapsed about halfway there.
Well, I am the dedicated medical personnel for this competition.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I've never taken first aid.
I'm pretty sure mine lapsed.
I'm 8 years into a nursing career. Never needed to take first aid. I guess it's not a real nursing career. Ryan Loss, good. Three white lights. All right, Scott Clow. Again, Scott's from Joe's Garage Gym out in Headingley, you said?
Yes,
Whereabouts in Headingley is it?
Honestly, I'm not entirely certain. I know it's. It looks like it's in an industrial area, so I'll maybe in those new strips. I'd have to talk to Joe and ask him, actually. I guess I can Google it. We'll find out. How deep into Headingley is he?
Not sure if it's off-brand to go to Google and not ChatGPT, but it's okay. Scott Clow. Very confident on rack. Self-propelled. Wow, that was fast. Smart opening attempt. All right, Jax. He is taking 140 as well. When lifters take the same weight, it makes the turnover from lift to lift a lot smoother and faster. Obviously, the spotters don't have to pull off plates and reload them. think it was maybe Jax's first event. He very nearly didn't lock out a bench press.
Very
He might
nearly.
not have. I don't remember.
Here's something very interesting. I actually can't find Joe's Garage Gym on a map anywhere. Oh, there we go. 500 Karen Road. He's got the address in there, but not a pin.
Three-way lights. The cure to Jax's elbows not being locked was simply cranking his arms, I guess, with an inward rotation. Is that right?
Yeah, you'd be looking to crank your pinkies down into the bar, and some people have a difficult time with
He was
that.
trying as hard as he could to do like a tricep flex, but it wasn't going to be straight. But once he turned out, locked it out. So if anybody's struggling with your elbows, just try changing how you're turning your arm position, and it may just
crank your pinkies into the bar there. Try to turn your elbows behind you. So it looks as though Joe's Garage Gym is located off Karen Road near Spring Hill Lumber, just between Robin and Wilson.
Oh, okay, it's on the Robin side.
Yeah, he's in the newer area there, but
Interesting. Probably in a garage.
Here we have everyone's favorite statistician, Michael Thrones.
Working class lifter now.
170 kilogram bench. I know he's put up well over 400 in training. Well, I say well over, about 415. So this should move quite easily.
It's a very, very light 105.
very
That was fast. Or 120, I should say. He's weighing 105.
Yes, he weighed in at 105.1, and I know for a fact that 2 days ago he was 103.86 on his scale at home, which is calibrated. Because he is just that exact with his numbers. So he ate himself up into this class, specifically coming after that.
You know, he probably didn't eat anything. He probably just drank a lot. Is that what
More than likely, just full of water and weighed in sweatpants and a weighted
Yeah,
vest.
there you go. That a guy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you are allowed to weigh in clothes.
No, you have to wear underwear. And
You have to wear
socks and
underwear
gloves.
now. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's why you do have to eat up and drink up.
Get yourself nice and bloated and then hope it all comes out before you get on the
Sushi.
platform.
Sushi's the answer. Now Brandon asking for the back spotter to excuse themselves so he can do a self handoff. Very
Let's
calm.
see, we're starting to get some lifters from the next session starting to trickle into the gymnasium here. Testing their rack heights over in the far corner there, so.
Brandon, very calm and collective setup here. About 40 seconds, but he's
Yep, the last time he did this on rack at 18 seconds. So. Takes his time, very methodical. He clearly knows his setup.
one
One of those
down.
things where I wonder if you shorten that up, if you'd save a little bit of fatigue.
At the same time, it works.
That's the Miranda what ifs, right?
Yes. Morgan Yarish here. Now I believe there's two Yarishes. Am I correct? Is there a Morgan and a Wyatt? Yes, they're back to back. I knew something was off in my brain. There's two Yarishes. They must be related.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that. That's interesting.
Morgan successful. Wyatt up now. Morgan lifts at the one with the weights. That's the gym he lifts at. The one with the weights.
Very fascinating.
His potential relative, Wyatt, lifts at Cornerstone. Morgan's favorite lifter is Wyatt. Wyatt's favorite lifter is Jesus Oliveras.
Oh. Well, not maybe mutually exclusive, but I can tell which one is the younger brother. But if you're going to lose out to anyone as a favorite powerlifter, Jesus is a decent guy to lose to.
There you go. 3 white lights. come here.
Nan Nugan dodging our investigative journalism worse than he's been dodging his comeback for the last 5 years.
Oh, poor Non. I tell you, you have kids, takes you out for a second.
Absolutely.
You have 3 kids back to back, you're Non. Joseph Alabango.
Wow, very even press. Very
His
nice.
squats are very pretty, his bench is very pretty. Good technique.
Very, very nice technical lifter. Some lifters are just brutally strong and horrible to watch squat. One that jumps to mind is Laya Bavoli, the French, where her feet are just super close together, her knees cave, and it pains you every time to watch, but you know she's not causing herself any damage. That's just her technique.
It is what it is.
Or Lane Norden's deadlift. It's horrible to watch, but it works.
It works, it works. All those Russians with their rounded backs, I mean, it's a good technique. It just doesn't look natural.
Absolutely.
Jeanette pointing out where the drug testing may take place. Or maybe she's pointing
Maybe
at
she
you
wants us drug tested.
because we may need to be drug tested.
Why would I be drug tested?
I don't know, but Joe's looking at you. I think he's coming for
Look
you.
at me all you want, Joe.
Look at me testing.
I'm not competing.
I'm not a member.
Yep.
Wu Jin Lim.
My membership expired a couple days ago. I'll have to renew it for Keystone. But
It's down. Good press. Wow, that was a very,
that was a very nice press.
very routine press. Those collars actually 2.5 kilos each.
Yes, I've seen people miss lifts in our gym because they put the collars on. They go, I can bench 3 plates. I went, well, can you bench 325? You know, and it's people don't seem to think that the collars will be a part of the weights. Here they are.
An essential part. You know, we're shopping right now for some IPF approved equipment. If anybody on here is looking for IPF approved equipment, feel free to follow me or ask about potential opportunities to get in with us. We're looking to buy 5 or 6 sets.
Exactly. That'd be good. I mean, I get some more equipment in the province.
If anybody's heard of ATX or Oni, some of the different brands we're looking at that aren't conventional.
I'm a traditionalist. I'm an Alico boy.
3 white lights.
It may be expensive, but it's Swedish, and by my heritage, I must insist that Swedish is the best.
That makes sense.
Oh, so apparently our volume was low there, and it was missed. So the CCS drug tester has been pointing over at our table here. So we're just trying to determine which one of us he wants to drug test. If he does want to drug test us, is it inappropriate to ask him to hold it for me?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I'm just saying, I expect some service here.
Have you ever been drug tested?
No, actually, I've never had the fortune.
Jax here is taking 145. He's having not a bad day either.
No, I know he didn't get the result he wanted at provincials last year, but it seems like he's improved since then. Oh, not
He's here
quite
to
there.
fortify his total, so he'll come back on his thirds or on deadlifts.
Nope.
He's wearing a
We'll
very, very nice A7 sort of I don't even know what
ensemble.
you call that, but it's
Yeah.
a nice pattern.
It's interesting. I know he was in all pink at provincials, and now he's changed over to purple, it seems.
Yes.
Bars loaded for Scott Clough.
We should ask him to go golfing.
We should.
We'll win. He's horrible.
He does say he's horrible. I mean, I'm not great myself, but if he's horrible, then I might have a chance. I'm definitely subpar.
Doesn't that mean you're good? I never understood that. 3-way lights.
If you are below par, you're a good golfer, yes. I was just making a pun.
I know, but it doesn't make sense.
You're right, the pun doesn't work anymore. This is not good.
Anyway,
Golf, what a weird game. Incredibly addicting, though.
All right, Michael hit it 170.
So Michael Thrones here is in our, I believe he's, let's see.
He's made the database.
He is up there. He live streams strength sport events. Yes, Michael does a fantastic live stream. He did it for Canadian Amateur Strongman Nationals. He did a wonderful job there. His favorite powerlifter is John Hack, the GOAT. Absolutely, John Hack is the man. His powerlifting journey is long, and he'll leave that to Andrew to describe. Well, Michael started lifting at 17 wing in 2015, so it would have been the same meet that I met Matt and Michael at, helping everyone with their rack heights, my second meet. And yeah, he's been in the sport ever since, off and on. He's always had an excellent deadlift. When he first started, he was a track and field athlete at the U of M Bisons. Him and his brother Nick, I believe, both competed and fought wildfires. And he's now, that is a great lift for him. He's now working on his master's thesis. I believe it's something to do with creatine and the effect it has on high rep muscle endurance sets. My understanding is that the testing is absolutely horrific. A friend of mine went to it for him, and she could not walk for 3 days afterwards.
Oh my goodness.
It was something like, I think they were on a leg press for 30 minutes straight or something with the empty sled. So he's definitely putting people through their paces, but a very, very intelligent lifter, coach, and soon-to-be master's degree holder.
Very generous, gives back to the sport.
Absolutely. And because he hates being reminded, he was the Volunteer of the Year for 2024.
Good guy.
Yes, absolutely.
Loud proponent of cost in sport. We need those voices.
Yes, one of the most vocal people out there when it comes to ensuring that costs are not pushed back onto the athletes. I know that's one thing him and I very much agree on, is that the cost of things in powerlifting especially has just gotten through the roof. I remember when I was in the early years, I bought my first single prong belt for $74, and that same belt now is $170. I mean, even I bought a SPD belt in 2021 for $250. That same belt now is $399.
Yikes.
It's quite remarkable how much things have taken off there.
Supply and demand, I suppose. No lift for Brandon, and it's okay.
Yeah, doesn't seem too upset about that. Somehow it might have been a Hail Mary PR.
So Morgan, the first of the two Yerishes. Morgan's from Gillam, Wyatt's from Winnipeg. Morgan likes ecology, Wyatt likes gaming. They should game outside.
Interesting.
Best of both worlds, perhaps. Neither of them know what their volunteer history is.
Interesting. I wonder if they have amnesia.
Morgan frowns about it, though. Morgan started off after COVID. Maybe he's got the long COVID.
And none of them want to shout out anybody, but Morgan thanked us for that.
That was a fast descent. I don't think he had control. I think he might have lost it along the way.
Might have been a little heavy for him. But
his head bounced on the bottom. That's how fast that was.
Yes, we were a little bit of whiplash.
Now Wyatt, he's a former competitive swimmer turned powerlifter because he enjoyed the competition.
Wow. Well, it could mean there's a bright future for him. The other competitive swimmer turned strength athlete I can think of is, of course, Mr. Eddie Hall. So maybe there's something on the water.
Maybe one day your brother will turn from Olympic level speed skater into, well, Olympic recognized sport of powerlifting.
Yes, exactly. Well, you see, the thing with him is that he's actually good at golf. So if he were to ever swap sports, I think that'd be the direction he'd go.
You can't be good at golf and powerlifting at the same time.
Yeah, you have to pick one of them, and he's picked golf.
Fortunately, not there for Wyatt.
Ah, shoot. The Irish brothers unable to go 3 for 3. Brothers, cousins, I'm not sure what they are. The Irish relatives unable to go 3 for 3 on the bench press.
It's rare that you have the same people, one after another, with same last name, same relatives probably, one after another in a competition, but that's
yeah, it is interesting. Usually there's a bit of a separation in weight classes or strength.
They're fortifying probable family bonds today.
Exactly, yes.
Joseph Alabango. He's 2 for 2 in the bench, looking for a third. He's going up 5 kilos.
Yeah, his last bench was very smooth, very even, so hopefully he can continue that trend through his third attempt here. I have nothing.
No idea.
Oh, not quite there today.
Unfortunately not. Woo Jin Lim. 142.5. You're probably too big to realize this, but 315-pound bench press is a big deal.
You never forget your first 315. Even now, if you throw 315 on a bench in a commercial gym, you're a pretty serious dude.
Especially if you're natty.
Absolutely.
Woo Jin Lim. And if you're not natty, you better watch out. Joe Landreville's here. He's
He'll
on the
get
hunt.
you, yeah. Oh, I know in my off season there, I was benching a lot of volume. I hit 315 for 12 reps, and I had no less than 3 kids ask me what kind of steroids I was taking. So,
If you're a natural athlete getting asked about steroids, you've made it.
that is the ultimate compliment, but
Woo Jin, unfortunately, not there for his 315. He'll get it in his next competition.
absolutely.
He's very grateful. Good save by the spotters. One thing I'm happy about seeing our spotters and loaders today, they have their $1 pair of Home Depot gloves. Gloves in spotting and loading is underrated as heck.
For me personally, I don't like them. My hands get too sweaty. That's my
fair.
only complaint about them. And my biggest complaint about spotting and loading is, why can't you wear a hat?
It's about a professional attire look.
It's one of those things, you know?
I would like to normalize squat spotting with your elbows. It's the safest thing to do.
Well, until you get someone like me come up who's a million feet tall.
True. Ryan Lose.
An excellent catch from the spotters there.
Did not stay with the bar. The pros and cons of having really good back spotters, or spotters in general, they'll catch the bar from you, but they'll enable you to kind of
Absolutely.
bail on it. Very lucky they had control.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the biggest things, I think, is learning to bail under control. So Jack's retaking his second attempt weight for his third attempt here.
Shiny, purpley, blue A7, gorgeous attire.
Yeah.
If you want those and other designs, check out A7 Canada shop online. A7 Canada on Instagram for some premier attire, IPF approved gear. Again, our best lifters today will be receiving A7 wrist wraps, brand new in the bag. Thank you to A7 Canada for your donations and support to MPA.
Yeah, another very consistent sponsor. Ever since they started, they've really started pushing things through. I remember probably one of the earlier years when they started, they just had their grip shirts. In 2018, they had a table set up, and now they've expanded to just about anything you can think of. And 3 White Lights, he does get that press.
Each time you ever see an A7 booth, there will be Jolly Ranchers, and it keeps you coming back.
Absolutely, yes. Hopefully he keeps that trend going up. But
Thank you, Brian and crew, with A7.
although I do have one beef with A7, and it's why they thought that white singlet was a good idea.
Hey,
We talked about the Inzer one being revealing, but that is borderline obscene.
that is your opinion. Some people like to be obscene.
That's fair.
There's options for everybody. It's an inclusive sport.
It's true. Would you make that comeback and wear that singlet for me?
I would not.
Oh, come on now. You got the dad strength now. You got to make a comeback.
True. I keep gaining weight and people keep saying I look thinner. I don't get it.
You're just too jacked.
Dad's strong. I carry a baby around most of my day.
It's true. Oh, not quite there. It's
Unfortunately, Scott
could-
Coe not there today.
Could it just be that I'm getting fatter and you look thinner in relative?
Yes,
Shoot. I knew it.
absolutely. It could be.
No regrets.
I had a thoracic spine injury, and I probably still have it. When I first had our first child, walking around carrying her, just destroyed me. I was in a lot of pain.
I remember that.
3
yeah.
years later, I do it every single day, all the time, and that thing doesn't bother me anymore. I could probably start overhead pressing again.
You're probably just stronger now.
Probably just,
You know?
targeted all the supportive muscles and got it.
Here comes Michael Thrones with 190 kilograms on the bench press. 418.9 pounds.
That's up there with the biggest benches we've ever had raw, probably top 10 for sure.
Yeah, darn close to a squat, too.
Oh.
I hope he goes back and watches this.
This is not a first class bench, it is a business class bench.
Yeah, it's
Still not sure the
economy
difference.
plus.
Yes.
This one gets a free carry-on. Oh, not quite
just not there. He knows
Oh, goodness.
Too bad.
That's another thing with Michael being such an experienced competitor is that he knows that if he doesn't have that bench, it's best to just lower it and save the fatigue. There's no sense in fighting sometimes.
Yeah, they lost his luggage. He'll get it back. He's got his
Exactly.
rights. And we're on now to the deadlift.
Excellent. We'll be right back after a short break.
10-minute break, everybody. I'll put up a graphic. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Good lift there for Dawson. Testing, testing. We're here. We're back. Welcome to deadlifts on the session 1, flight A of the 2024 Total Fortification event here in Manitoba Powerlifting Association. My name is Matthew Bowen, joined whenever he's done eating by Andrew Langelar. Our deadlifts here will be for the sub-juniors and junior males. We have some open males. No masters lifters. Everybody here is either underage or somewhere under the age of 40. Except for one of our bench pressers, Dean Smith, who's come and gone. That's 3 white lights. Successful lift, and we're going on to Nicky Chow to have his first. 175 is 3 red plates, big milestone. And I'll turn you back on. He has returned.
Yeah, I got my microphone privileges back.
You made it, bro. You made it.
Deadlifts are my favorite.
Yes. Okay, we're both hitting the yellow on the meter, which is good, I think. And Nicky Chow's up. Good lift, 3 white lights. All right, bar is loaded. Rodrigo Dieguez here, 180 kilos. Kilos are easy to do the math on when you look at it. If it's a 75 or a 25, it's just going to be red.
Exactly, yes.
If it ends in a 0, it's a green and a black. Well, in a 0-0 or a 5-0. Sean Winslow. Sean letting us know how to pronounce his name. Spelled it the other kind of Sean, S-H-A-W-N. Again, another representative of the Cornerstone Barbell. Very impressive squat and bench press so far for this athlete.
He really wants us to know about that squat. He has no powerlifting journey, but that might change after today.
I think he's on a journey right now.
No.
Very impressive showing. A 5-person score table, a 2-person commentary team, and a 1-person jury. A lot of personnel here today.
Good to see, though. I'd rather have too many volunteers than not enough.
I really think the volleyball is adding to the atmosphere.
It is. It makes our life a little more difficult, I'm sure, with background noise, but I think it does help. Especially the occasional ball bouncing through. The projectiles make it exciting.
Imagine a deadlift bar and the plates landing on the volleyball. That would be something.
It would be quite a violent pop, I'm sure. Oh, I think he's going to call for ramping up. Oh,
Okay,
only 1.
only 2 to 1.
We'll have to be careful, but
2 to 1, 2 to 1, 2 to 1.
that definitely did.
Yeah, so you'll see the Met XT deadlift jack. That's from Inner Strength Products. They're a retailer of the Met XT brand. Personally advocated for this particular jack to be our deadlift jack because it's got the wheels, which makes it easier to move. It's got the wide base, which makes it easier to jack up. It's got hooks, so you don't have to aim. It's the best deadlift jack I've ever used. Andrew's a hater.
You know what? I don't mind it. The only thing I find is that the handle is so far back that if you're in a tight space, it's I had a lot of problems with it at U of M where it just takes up so much length. So you have to really get it out of the way and then set it down. It's hard to balance otherwise. So that's either sit flat or you're going to be sitting there all the time.
Well, there you go.
It is a great jack once you get the hang of it. It just takes a second to get used to it.
Yeah, Keaton here, 2:15. Bailey's found a groove announcing. We found our groove commentating. Thank you again to Andrew Langlois for answering the call to help me out here today.
Wouldn't miss this for the world. Are we the new MPA livestream team? Is that how this works now?
I think we are the first.
I think this is, okay, so this is our thing now. I was speaking to some of the lifters in between there, and they were getting a good chuckle out of our stream, so we're very popular at least. Especially liked how we were describing Mr. Cornelson as spicy.
That's a word.
Which I think is accurate. James Cornelson is a feisty fellow.
Keaton Roulette had a very feisty deadlift just there.
Absolutely. He's energetic, man. That guy's electric.
Now Andrew has to leave eventually. He's got a life to tend to tonight.
Yes, unfortunately.
An event of some kind.
I must go and set up a work Christmas party, the perks of management.
I am going to need a partner for the evening session here at 3:30. If anybody wants to join us.
Yes, anyone out there who'd like
you can
to
have
stream.
your voice on this YouTube live stream.
Maybe we can see if we can get Michael Thrones on here. He likes live streaming.
Maybe he'll do it. Join me today at 3:30. Ah. That was 2 white lights. Wanda caught slipping, but it was a good lift on her end too. Brendan De La Rosa. We don't have a dedicated coaching box here today, so you'll see James coming right up to the side of the platform to get the good view. Technically, he could probably go right up to the platform, but he's respectful.
Yeah, he might be feisty, but doesn't want to push the judges that hard.
Apologize ahead of time if the deadlift drops have our camera go slightly to the left with every attempt. We'll recalibrate as it goes.
Yes, we'll make sure that you have a good view. Don't worry about that.
All right, Eric Young up again. 225 is a magical number. You're right under 500 pounds, but you have your 4 red plates. It's awkward if you go to 227.5 because that's just an awkward number.
It is just a strange number.
It's a nice opener. We probably see it more often than maybe any other number for deadlift openers in the middleweights.
Absolutely. Very common.
3 white lights. Vince is on his way to getting that Best Male Junior award, I think.
I would imagine so. He's been flawless all day.
That is his goal.
The volleyball team likes that quite a bit. Vince coming out with 260 kilograms. That's a big jump from our last opener there.
Swimming with the big boys now. What do you think, Andrew?
Looked clean to me. If you're uneducated on powerlifting, I don't mean that in a negative way, but if you're just not someone in the sport, you might notice that some of these athletes are setting up with their feet close together, and some are starting up with their feet further apart. The ones lifting with their feet further apart are sumo deadlift. A little bit more technical, and depending on your leverages, it may allow you to lift more weight. But contrary to what meme culture says, it is within the rules and therefore not cheating.
Absolutely. Sumo's really made a pull. It's becoming probably the more popular of the two stances in
It would appear to be
NBA.
so sometimes, yeah. I wonder how much of that is people just assuming that to be a powerlifter you have to pull sumo versus trying both. I know I tried both and I just couldn't pull sumo. My feet were pretty much under the bar and it just wasn't really comfortable.
Yeah, you're very tall. You have strange leverages.
Mm-hmm. No, my leverages are better for conventional, but I did try both. I wonder how many people have tried both versus just popping into sumo.
Yeah, I've seen I think it was probably a Greg Knuckles article with a bunch of graphs on it that shows that basically the lighter you are, the more likely you are to pull sumo.
Yeah,
The
I would
heavier you
assume
are,
it's
the
just
more
due
likely.
to the bar being closer to your center of mass. If you're a guy like Jesus Oliveira and got 40-inch quads, well, pulling sumo is probably not going to be a lot of good because the bar is going to be far in front still.
Same with those giant super heavy weights. Some of them can't low bar squat. They have to high bar.
Yep, no, exactly. Nikki Chow coming out with 187.5 kilograms. There's a rather hilarious sign in the crowd here. Welcome to the North Swole. It's
Welcome
Nikki's
to the North Swole.
Nikki's face put onto what I can only describe as a muscular elf holding a dumbbell.
I think on his third, we might change the camera over to view that sign.
We might have to view the sign or bring the sign out in front here. We'll figure something out. That is a majestic sign. That is wonderful.
Three-way lights. It was the sign. It was the sign.
Yeah, the sign did bring strength.
Now Rodrigo's up here. So appears to be out of One Family Fitness based on the coach. One of our sponsors here today, One Family Fitness.
Mm-hmm. Good looking second lift, 3 white lights, and
Absolutely.
opting to pull with a hook grip there, which I've alternated back and forth between hook grip and mixed grip. It just hurts. For those of you unfamiliar, a hook grip would be where you're putting your thumb under your fingers and essentially using your thumb as the mechanism to stop the bar from rolling. Whereas in a mixed grip, the fact your hands are facing opposite directions, the bar kind of just rolls into either hand. With the hook grip, you're basically just flattening your thumb in order to hold on to the bar. And it can be quite painful when you're first starting to learn it. Once you do know how to set it, though, you're not letting go.
I believe you. I've advocated for hook grip with most lifters that can do it. Personally, my thumbs are too stubby.
I've been able to do it. Again, it's one of those things where I just don't like the pain.
And that's fair. I also think that doing cross grip the same way my whole career probably led to some maybe shoulder neck issues and some imbalances. I think that's a positive of going.
And there was a positive there. I mean, I would say too, though, I think people pretty dramatically overestimate how much of a difference the imbalance makes.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's like so in strongman we have circus dumbbell. People sometimes just press exclusively with one arm. Well, we're not trying to be balanced athletes. We're trying to be the best of one single thing.
True.
So a little bit of imbalance. It's like, well, you know what? As long as it's not affecting your other lifts, it's really not a huge deal. It's the application of sport. If you're looking to be a powerlifter and have longevity and be the most athletic version of yourself, maybe not a bad idea. Oh, I think you rushed the down man there. Yeah.
I was almost going to say he might have had a little bit of a bounce at the bottom before he did his first pull.
It almost looked like he did, yeah. Hard to say. The strength is definitely there. Good Keaton Roulette coming out for 227.5 kilograms, 501 pounds.
We got to get Big Rob in a meet, I think.
Maybe one that John isn't at. I would love to see Rob. I know he had a couple of injuries, so I don't think he's been training as heavy as he used to, but for the uninitiated, Rob used to be, incline benching 500 pounds for reps and deadlifting 900. Like, he was an absolute savage back in the day. I think he's moved on to being a little healthier now.
This, for Keaton, is the 500-pound deadlift, the 227.5, 501. Oh, he's hyped.
Very easy. That was a great pull from Keaton.
He finally did it. First time in comp.
You know he likes that. That's fantastic.
That's one of the super milestones a lifter can have. He's happy. Big dance.
Absolutely.
I'm glad we caught that on film.
Very much so. I think he goes 520 on the next one, honestly. That was very easy for him.
Ken Morris again. This guy has been absolutely stellar today.
Yeah. A lot of very good performances all day, honestly.
Oh, he's 7 for 7, and everything's been beautiful.
Yep, he's absolutely crushing this. This is a textbook performance.
And he had that 240 squat on his third, starting early. 240 at 105 is pretty huge for a sub. These sub juniors scare me, just how much they're on their puberty gains, and that doesn't stop yet. The kid will come back next year having added 100 pounds to that deadlift.
Absolutely, yeah. No, at that age, anything. They're just Play-Doh to be molded.
The best steroid in the game is teenage puberty.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you can get in when you're 17, 18. Yeah. Brandon De La Rosa coming out with 235 kilograms. He's had a pretty good day himself, only missing his third bench. But that only cost him 2.5 kilos in his total, so they're looking to improve with his deadlifts here. Brandon takes a very narrow stance. I know he does struggle with his lockout sometimes, a little bit of cramping, so hopefully he'll be okay with that here. Very good.
It was a good lift.
Yep, that was great attempt selection. See, Coach James Cornelison agrees with him.
Well, you see, Brandon and a lot of these other lifters are wearing SBD apparel today. Something you can get at Inner Strength Products.
Yes.
Speaking of Inner Strength Products, they're from Moose Jaw.
They are from Moose Jaw.
I wonder is there any big powerlifting event coming up in Moose Jaw in the next little while?
I'd really have to think. Was it a Nationals?
CPU Nationals?
I think it's CPU Nationals.
2024 coming up. Back to the original timeline in February, March.
Yep, where it should be.
This is why we're total fortifying our totals today.
Absolutely.
Eric. 3 white lights. And a tiny screen leg there. I was watching the screen, not the real life. It looked like that was a sort of like a squat at the top on my screen.
Yeah, almost.
Apologies for the leg if everybody else saw that.
So for any of these lifters who are going to nationals and they haven't experienced a stin meet, they are in for a treat. They run a tight ship out there.
I'm actually on the crew of, let's say, dedicated volunteers that'll be doing every single day.
Oh, wow. I would have liked to have been there competing this year, but unfortunately it overlaps with the Arnold Strongman Pro-Am. So I'll be down in Columbus paying a fortune for hotels.
It's really it's a testament to those people that they can have a crew that is just going to be there all week. They don't have to rely exclusively on randomized sign-up, but all volunteers are good. But to have people you can trust like that, that's priceless.
I mean, when you're talking about goodwill in Canadian powerlifting, Ryan and Ray Stin are synonymous with that.
Ryan Stin, actually developer of our scoring system and our referee lights here today. simplemeat.plmeat.com. So the first comment in the chat, I think, if you want to go see the scoreboard. It's can't really see it on our screen, but there's the referee lights in person here. That's the main program that's active. Everything else copies itself based off of that. So a beautiful thing. So that's our main screen. Everything else is paired it off of that. You have like 8 or 9 different views you can select. The projector screen over there has the big scoreboard. There's referee lights. There's 2 different kinds of referee lights. There's the referee judges paddles. 3 of those screens. You have a lifting order, an announcer page, all kinds of goodies.
Vince Ramos with a 600-pound pole, 272.5, looking to extend that total. Oh, and a fight of pole. Rip just gave out there.
It's too bad. Too bad
I
for
suspect
Vince.
he'll be back for that. I don't think he maybe quite set his hook properly in there. That is the one thing with hook grip, is you do have to set it properly. If you don't get it set, you're gonna have a hard time hooking off.
That you do. Now we have Nicholas Lai is playing the game here. He's put in 283 for a third, which could be genuine because he went from 220 to 250. 283 isn't unreasonable. I suspect he may change his third deadlift. The thing about third deadlifts, people, if you're new to this sport, is that you're allowed to change it twice. Today, the weight classes are, well, not overly tight, but that best lifter award is, it's within, let's see here.
It's good for junior, so it is within striking distance. So we may be pulling for that best lifter. Again, Vince sitting very strong right now, but so if he pulls off that 283, that may give him that edge, and that might be what he's banking on.
Yeah, there's an outside chance of Eric, Vince, and Nick all getting this best lifter award for the juniors.
Dawson Bisson, 180 kilograms. Very good pull. 396 pounds with 74 kilo, 18 year.
Possibly younger. We don't have the birthday.
Possibly younger. We don't have the dates in front of us, but
Very impressive.
at the oldest, he's 18 years old, and that is a very impressive number.
We actually have I don't know if he's gone to Worlds or not, Riley Bresky. I think he might have went to Worlds.
Riley Bresky did go to
Our
Worlds.
sub-junior.
Yes. Yeah.
Probably the best sub-junior performance we've had, I think.
I believe so, yes. His deadlift is out of this world. He will also be competing at the Keystone in April. I would assume he's doing nationals as well, given his performance this year. So,
Nationals starting on February 23rd to March 2nd. I better email Ryan and see what the hotel room situation is.
Mm-hmm.
David Gervey, our meet director, asked me not to walk.
Yes. David Gervey was very excited about that one. In fact, he wanted a vehicle right inside the building.
It's interesting wearing the many hats you come to wear in this sport.
Mm-hmm.
David's our meet director, father of the media package team.
Yes, exactly.
The former treasurer for a long time. National level powerlifter. He's been to Worlds before in his younger years.
Yes, back when Velociraptors roamed the earth.
New main career every year or two.
Yeah,
Lived the
the
life.
man is a busy guy. You'll notice now that we're on third attempts that they're going to be jacking the bar to the front of the platform and cleaning it off between each attempts. That's just to ensure that the buildup of chalk and skin cells in the knurling does not affect anyone's grip for their final pull. You can request to have it cleaned on other attempts, but it's relatively uncommon.
We're going to try and maintain a camera angle for you here. I think we're doing okay. Nikki,
Doesn't move too much.
192.5.
And that looked more like an opener than anything else. I think he's probably surprised himself with that one.
Good lift.
You can see some disappointment from his coach there, knowing it should have gone heavier, but sometimes that's just what happens. You peak really well and you don't realize that. I wouldn't be surprised if he went to the gym later and tried pulling something heavier.
I feel like we should move that weight tree. Oh well. Rodrigo once again here. Oh, it's there to accommodate the deadlift jack. I see. Makes sense. Rodrigo doing a 200 kilo pull. This is a big, big milestone. And he gets it. There's no
Very
rule.
solid performance there.
No rule about dropping your deadlift so hard, as long as it's guided down with your hands. We have an attempt change. In an international meet, people will just be screaming, change, change right now. Lisa did a good job.
Yes, very, very well.
She made it known. So we are probably going to 215 right now.
That would appear so.
$215. It's gonna be 3 reds and a blue.
I'm a little surprised Harnor is going up. I wonder if he just didn't get his attempt card in time, and it's just an automatic 2.5 jump.
He could change it if he wants.
Oh, not anymore. He's up next year. I know Harnor also battled a back injury earlier in the year, so it is possible that he may have re-aggravated it. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah. Right now, over to our right, off screen, we have a volleyball player saying, "What the heck is going on right now?"
Yeah, these people aren't moving around. What's happening? Yeah, we're just moving up and down in a straight line. It's
Impressed, very impressed.
Yes. This is a real sport, volleyball. Get on board. It's not quite there today.
You know who never gets a fist bump or a handshake? The jury.
Exactly. Yeah, never. They're underappreciated.
Sean taking 225. He missed the second. I don't remember why. Technical or strength?
I believe he was a downward motion.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully he straightens that out. You see Daniel Herstrition very confused to see a bar on the ground and not on the bench press. It's foreign territory for him.
Absolutely.
So they're giving it a little bit of a deep clean. There was a little bit of blood on the bar, I believe. Which that is a reality. Sometimes it's sharp and early. When you're dragging up your legs, you can scrape yourself up. But thankfully, we're equipped with all the tools to get that bar off.
As Robert Collar of the USA would say, "Whop that bar."
Does he have a Texan accent, or is he just a fan of Cardi B?
Both.
Ah, okay.
All right, Sean. See if you can't bring it home here.
Sean coming out for 225.
Whew. The volleyballers are behind him. We're behind him.
Yes.
Wow. Let's see what they say. Three
White
lights.
lights. There we go.
Wasn't pretty, but it was
Oh,
done.
and then he fell over.
What do we say? Done is better than perfect.
How's it all going? Tech's still working fine?
Good. You my partner for the afternoon session?
I will be to sit down. Yeah, we'll see.
It's fun.
Yeah, we're having a blast. Very popular, apparently. People enjoy our commentary.
This is actually quite easy to do. Yeah.
It's a matter of how many people who are interested in doing it.
We're just having a blast here. Yep, anytime.
I'm just going to say quickly, FYI, we're going to do the worst as possible, and we're going to let 62 limits in the back, so it's like 60.
Okay.
I don't know if we need to, but I know you know that. And we're gonna do. I don't know if we're gonna start on time. We'll find out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We'll see how it goes.
That's 2 o'clock. We're good. Flight C is only 9 lifters. Excuse our sidebar here. Keaton went 1 for 3 on squat,
Really
2 for 3 on
fought
bench,
through.
and I think he's going to go 3 for 3 on the deadlift. Judges say 3 white
3
lights.
for 3, 3 white lights.
What an underdog story. He is so excited.
I don't know. I thought he looked a little bit. I thought he was a little bit disinterested in that one. Hard to tell.
I think she'll do it. I think she'll commentate with me later.
That was a fantastic performance for him there.
Yeah, he really showed up. You know, when I was younger, I would come to the Dakota exhibition grounds or whatever this place is called. What is this called? The
Dakota Fieldhouse.
For hockey. And then I dreamed it was a real place, but I didn't know it was until I came back here today for the Manitoba Powerlifting Association Total Fortification 2024.
There you go. Yeah, when I think Fieldhouse, powerlifting is not the first sport that comes to mind. Fieldhouse, I think of cardio and movements.
I don't think of volleyball either.
Yeah, volleyball is not something that I would think of. But I suppose it is played on a court.
All right, Kenneth Morris.
241 kilos.
This man
Shipping a record, I suppose.
could be total, could be deadlift. Either ways. 74 GL is a super. He's not even super.
Oh, and he didn't get the down command.
Close, he'll be back.
The strength is there. He will be back. He's a young person there. He'll be fine. Sub-junior again. Oldest he could be is 18.
Yeah.
Brandon De La Rosa, 245 kilograms. He'll be very happy if he gets this goal, I think. Very easy pull. He might be disappointed he didn't load more on the bar now.
He might have been saying no to his doubts.
Yep, that was fantastic. Very, very nicely done.
3 more lifters here in Flight A. Finishing off our junior session. Yeah, no, I think Vince has this. Vince will be your best lifter for the juniors.
I believe so, yes.
He succeeded in his goal. Now let's not stop Eric from trying.
But I do believe Nicholas has a chance to shake it up if he does pull that 283. He was coached by Coach Jordan Smith. Not Jordan Smith, not to be confused with our 59 kilogram lifter from earlier today. It's Coach Jordan Smith.
Ah.
Different person, clearly. He enjoys cars and cafes. He's a highway patrol officer.
You're talking about Vince. We're still on Eric.
Oh, dear me, I'm getting ahead of myself. Forgive me, folks. It's a long day.
That was a nice lift by Eric.
That was a great lift by Eric. He works in marketing.
Did a good job marketing his abilities.
Absolutely. We are all aware of who he is now.
Now Vince missed his second. He still safely got the first.
Yeah, this is just to build the total and fortify it.
Uh-huh. He's, oh. They were speaking previously, I think, but I'm not sure. Vince is up now. Can he get redemption from his second?
Oh, and he's just going to leave it there.
Sometimes
Excellent
it's best
performance from Vince.
Yeah, best to live and fight another day. He came, he achieved his goal to be best junior. The referees in unison shaking off their hands of chalk.
The look of absolute disdain from the referees here, trying to get that chalk off. They think they're too good to touch the lifters.
What's that?
They're too good to touch the lifters.
Yeah, they are.
That's a real shame.
Okay, so we have our final puller of Flight A here, Nicholas Lee. Nine lifters in Flight C, 9 lifters in Flight B. Yeah.
Nicholas Lai coming out for 283 kilograms, 623.9 pounds.
See, I thought he might change it down from 283, but he wants that record.
I know he does have a large deadlift, so this could be good for him. Oh my goodness.
Crap.
I am surprised that wasn't his second attempt, to be quite honest. Yeah, that's fantastic pull. Just not sure why he didn't do that sooner.
It looked like he could have doubled that for sure.
Absolutely, minimum. But again, it could have just been a good peak, right? I mean, that happened to me at provincials. I was expecting a pull about 700. I pulled an easy 330 kilos. That was above what you expect, and sometimes you just have a good taper and you walk out leaving someone on the table. But again, he's young, he'll be back for more, so now he knows that that should be his opener next time around.
Interestingly enough, Kurt here is taking 75. I wonder why.
I'm not too sure. It could be something to do with his back. I know that he has had some issues in the past. Yeah, Kurt is someone who's pulled well over 600. We'll see if he puts in another lift. I'm not entirely sure what was happening there.
I have to assume he's hurt.
No, I know he was battling a back injury for a while there, but I thought he was okay and recovered from it. So we'll see if he puts in a second attempt here.
Maybe he was looking for some kind of record or PR in his earlier lifts. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see what his next attempt is. He may have, maybe due to the injury, he's worried about getting attempts in. I'm not sure. I didn't see his handler approach the table though, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
I'm not sure. I know a friend of mine, Danny Lee, big advocate of the IWF and weightlifting rules, really wants to see a minimum attempt happen when you're going out there, and having a 75 kilo deadlift when you could pull 600 pounds would be banned. Interesting debate on that. Let us know what you think in the comments.
Yeah, strongly disagree.
Judd is up to 185, as was Nathaniel. Kurt going for 310. I wonder why that is. You know what? He's probably just doing one YOLO, but wanted to secure a total.
That was my suspicion.
There
He
it
probably is a little concerned about his back holding up. My best guess is probably, that he wanted to secure his total just in case something did flare up. Smart move, honestly.
I think so too.
I think that's where I would say that's my biggest contention with banning minimum attempts. I mean, if a guy's hurt and he wants to secure a record, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah. I think there's also something to be said, especially if you're a heavyweight or somebody that takes long rests. There's nothing wrong with doing a first, skipping your second, and doing a third just because there's strategies here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if you have the smaller flights.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. If you know what number you're going to put up and you're not too concerned about it, then, especially if you're looking for a specific number, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking that extra rest.
Yeah, if you're in a 9-person, 8 or 9-person round flight, and you're a 20-minute rester, skip your second.
Yeah, why not? Just leave that clock to run out.
Good lift there from Jeremy. Jordan High Frequency Smith, Coach Jordan Smith to Vint. Smitty, coached by wife Bea today.
He's had a phenomenal day.
So Jordan is also breaking the mold on being, well, he doesn't say he's good. He says he prefers golf. He likes golf. It's a hobby. So he's both a golfer and a powerlifter.
Very interesting.
A very nice sumo deadlift.
Yeah, very clean. Yeah, Jordan really being the mold for saying you don't have to be a giant guy to do powerlifting.
Smitty's also a team coach for Team Manitoba at various national level meets. Same with the Cornelsons, Curtis Solaire, Dino Camire. A lot of our recent Team Manitoba coaches here. Big Ben Langley abandoned Manitoba for the OPA.
Yes, how dare he be transferred while serving our country, but he should have fought harder to stay here.
There's two ways of looking at it, and that's the more respectful way.
Yeah.
However, his coaching cousin Ryan Colasar came back again from a really injured knee in the warm-up room.
Yeah,
look at that, his first deadlift,
phenomenal.
nothing.
Yeah, Ryan is just absolutely the picture of fighting through adversity. He's had so many injuries over the years, and he just keeps coming back.
And you'd have no idea.
Nope, you have no idea.
You have quitters like me who just throw in the towel, and Ryan fights right through it, stays consistent, same.
I think he's got more kids than you, too.
I know, it's something to catch up to.
Chop, chop. Get that dad strength going.
Join us in the club.
I'm good.
You're still a junior to me. Selmar up. Also still a junior to me, but he's an open now.
Yeah, at a certain point, you just start assuming people are juniors to keep to grips with your aging.
I think it's the social media presence for Selmar.
It could be, yes.
It's his passion. It's his hobby. Somewhere along the way, he became a good powerlifter.
Yes. I wonder if he would have made weight if he cut his hair off.
I remember people were doing that. They've done that at Worlds before and still come up unsuccessfully.
I have seen that,
I just wonder if hair is lighter than you think it is,
It truly is. He's got a lot of it, though.
You can lose, 0.1 of a kilo if you chop off a full head of hair.
That's what happened to yours, right? You tried to make weight and it never came back.
Just making weight, this baldness. Eric Tank Takun.
551 pounds, 250 kilograms as an opener here. He's having a fantastic day so far in the 83s.
So we have, he's at 96, Mike's at 96. No, he's not. Justin's at 96. Kurt's going for 98. This could be quite the meet for our
Best lifter.
open men here.
I know Mike Thrones is, depending on how his polls go, he wants to pull for that 100.
All right, Justin, 280, the biggest deadlifter of the flight by far. Justin looks like a 93 to me, and he's 74.
Yeah, you put him and Ben Langley together, though, and the mold is not far off.
Justin preferring a nice...
I also know Justin does cut weight to fill out the 73 class. I do wonder what he'd do at 83 if he were to spend some time, put on lean muscle mass there. He's already quite jacked.
All in due time, perhaps.
And yeah, he's also young.
See, I've never seen him try on the deadlift at a local level meet. It's always so fast.
It is. His sumo is so technically perfect, though. It's.
He's like the
there's not really any. Yeah, there's not really any room to grind. The way he
No.
does his sumo, it's almost closer to an Olympic lift than anything else. Where, yes, it's a deadlift, but he's so explosive and so technical with it that any mistake, you're just going to miss. You're not going to have a chance to grind.
You know, it's always a good practice to wedge out when you're doing your sumo pull.
Yeah, he does
Some
that
people
very,
that
very
really,
well.
really rely on that, and he's one of them. Where it's if it's going up, it's locking out based on torque alone.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But you just got to be careful with it.
Nathaniel. Not quite as smooth as Justin, but smooth enough to get a successful
Smooth enough.
highlights.
And that's the key. That fortifies his total.
Total fortification. Nathaniel is at 7 for 8, as is Rod coming up here. Well, 6 for 7, trying to go 7 for 8.
There we go.
See, when you have a bench-only crew of 3 within your flight, it looks like a bigger flight than it is.
Yeah, it makes things go a lot faster once that bench is over.
When 12 becomes 9. Perhaps a new lifetime goal. Become a 66-kilogram powerlifter. That might be it for me.
66.
I don't have to be good. I just have to be 66.
Oh, dear.
Unfortunately, Rod wasn't going up today.
Yeah,
There's
couldn't break the
technical
ground.
Issues with his hands. It's okay.
That is one thing with sumo, is that if it doesn't break the ground, it won't move. But once it breaks the ground, it's usually going up. You don't see a ton of sumo fails above the knee.
Jeremy's 7 for 7. I don't have a list of his past performances, but I know he's had some issues along the way in execution. But you know, he's perfect thus far. Looks like it's going to be 8 for 8. This might be a 9 for 9 day.
Yeah. It's always good to have a 9 for 9, especially if you pick those attempts and all your third attempts are right at the limit.
Smitty McSmitterson, I wonder how many records he's had today and if he's sinking in total records right now or not. Oh, they did announce a total record attempt. Makes sense.
Yep. Another lifter who gets quite intense despite usually being quite calm and collected.
It's always interesting to see the hyper people calm down and the calm people hype up.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then there's Andrew Langelar.
Just zen all the time.
That's a bit of poison determination. I dare say he's become a veteran.
This is Jordan's 23rd competition in the MPA. Absolutely incredible. Makes short work of that for a new total record, and he will expand that total record.
That's 3 white lights.
Very nicely done.
His uncle's competing. His wife is coaching. His mother is the scorekeeper. All in the family.
Definitely a family affair.
Yes.
Well, I believe Jordan was the first one to do so.
Yep.
And,
Peer pressure Dean.
Peer pressure Dean and
Dean peer pressure Brent, the other uncle.
Yep.
Peer pressured Mom.
It's the best kind of peer pressure, really.
Dad's not about it though.
Yep.
All right, Ryan Colasar up again for second attempt.
I know this is within his wheelhouse. I believe he's pulled it before in competition. And hard to keep track of Ryan's progress over the years with all the ebbs and flows of injuries and children and
See, that's
Very nice
very
ball.
technically sound.
he's always had fantastic technique.
It's always funny seeing the quote-unquote skinny guys get muscle mass over the years. You know,
Absolutely.
He used to have none of that. Now he's just very, very lean.
Yeah, no, he's filled out the weight class in a
exactly.
very muscular sense.
An appropriate 66.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the biggest thing I tell all these junior lifters is, you know, they're height classes, not weight classes. You'll find the one you should be in and fill it out.
Yeah.
And Selma are having quite the performance today. This might push them to stick around in the 83s.
It's possible. What was his body weight today? Selmar weighed in at 79.08, so I mean he's right in the middle. No cutting, no gaining.
Yeah, so he's got some room to grow into the class if he wants to.
This is just a comfort meet. I think maybe missing weight at Nationals probably humbled him a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most mature performance I've seen from him today.
Yes, he has improved the standard to what he was training to. You know, he's very open to feedback. I know he was concerned about the bench pauses at a meet last year, and I kind of told him, I went, hey man, the MPA pause has been long since 2000 forever. You know, it's not the refs, it's you. And,
1990, I forget.
Exactly, yeah. So before I was born. No, but he's really improved the way that he's training to top standard. His pause look a lot better. His deadlifts look a lot better. He's holding his longer in training. Just all around, really doing everything he needs to do to improve.
It's hard on the ego, but people should probably consider doing 3-second pauses on every bench they ever do in training.
I totally agree. I've never missed a bench on a pause. Very easy deadlift there for Eric.
3 white lights. He's at 98 GL points now.
Absolutely fantastic.
Justin makes this. It's a record. Total or deadlift? Probably deadlift. Unsure. There's a Dabu in the house. No. Jonah became a dad and lost a bunch of weight. I wish I went that way.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I did. Huh. It's not about us, fam. It's about Justin Manalo, our Commonwealth champion.
Showing the ref that he's taped his thumb. He maybe must have torn something on that last one.
First was very, very easy. 15.5 as a jump isn't much mathematically at this sort of an integer, but you know, when he's got the record chips up there, it's a psychological jump too. I love that we got the volleyball buzz at the same time.
Absolutely.
That's like a weightlifting.
I do always find it very, very interesting when highly technical lifters like that get super hyped up.
Well, he's got 5-6 pumps in his start, and I don't know if that's normal for him, but
yeah, I'm not too sure. I haven't honestly watched enough of him competing. I haven't been in the competitions he's been at, so. But very talented lifter, very bright future. Again, I'd be very curious to see what he could do if he were to go up a weight class. And Eric and Justin both projected over 100 GL points now with their third attempts submitted. So if they pull those, and I suspect they will be right up there over 100 GL, which is incredible.
Kurt's giving a speech rather than deadlifting.
Absolute bum activity. Sad thing is, I know he can pull that. I have seen him pull that.
He said to you guys a national, so I guess he's qualified. Maybe he just needed a total?
That may have been what it is. I'm not too sure. Nice moment, but also you could have just not made them float all those plates.
Yeah.
I'm sure Dan's going to have words with him, being that he trains at the gym.
All right, so
Kurt has passed his third deadlift. That makes sense.
which means we have 8 more deadlifts in Flight B.
Wow.
Reminder to those freshly tuning in, maybe they skip Flight A, Flight B. After every attempt in the third round, we will be cleaning the bar. It ensures an even playing field for all lifters. Between the baby powder and the chalk, Rod's not concerned about the cleanliness of the bar. There's a bit of issues on his second. Not there either for the third.
Today.
He got a total, he'll be back.
No, you have to give it a go, and he certainly gave that one everything he had.
Coach Patrick Encarnacion. Every now and again, the sponsor logos on top of Andy Alden's headline up in an amusing way. Again, we'd like to thank TD3Ts for providing the artwork for this event, our banner logo, and the logos for all of the total fortifications this year with the dragon theme. Out of Ontario, Ryan Watkins. Occasionally providing the apparel for our athletes. Today, our apparel's been created by Kyla Kamire and her Ripped Rags apparel brand. Kyla is a co-owner of the One Family Fitness brand as well, along with our MPA VP, Dino Kamire. A7 Canada, we'd like to thank A7 for their support, ongoing support of powerlifting in Manitoba. Brian and the crew donating Best Lifter awards today in the form of brand new red A7 wrist straps.
That's some good incentive. These guys are fighting it out to get those.
That they are. Nathaniel Uria now. I wonder as he's hit the meet qualifying totals for provincials.
That's a good question.
His personal best thus far have been a 200 squat and deadlift and a 110 bench. We are not sure what the left judge is going to say for this one. 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
That's a PR for the deadlift. Good job, Nathaniel.
Let's see here.
Coach Jordan Smith.
For men's 74 kilogram open, his qualifying total would have to be 480 kilograms.
Yeah, 497, he's qualified.
He is
Good job,
qualified for
Nathaniel.
provincials. Great job, Nathaniel. We will see you at provincials. Very exciting.
Jordan, middle name Smith. Coach Smitty, the competingest lifter in MPA history, wearing the Manitoba Powerlifting Association Titan brand singlet. RIP to the LVD brand.
Yes.
Socks.
Are they still IPF approved?
But socks don't need to be.
Oh, no? Okay. Not quite there today, but you know what? He had a fantastic day, and I know he'll be happy with that total.
That he did. Yeah, Josh, Mel, and John, they're all doing their own independent entrepreneurial things. Wildly successful. Left LVD in the background.
Yep. Yeah, they did quite a bit for the sport while they were in it. They seem to have both moved on to things that they're happy doing. So
set the prototype of other companies to follow for sure.
Yeah, you can't ask for much more than that.
Jeremy Martin looking for that 9 for 9 today.
So he's taking another 12.5 kilo jump.
In flight A, we had Nikki Chow and Rodrigo go 9 for 9 each. It could be our third lifter of the day. And it's a good
looks like
lift.
he will be.
9
We
for
have
9.
3 white lights. I don't know if he had a white all day.
That is Jeremy's best meet ever.
Absolutely, that was very well performed. He should be very happy with that.
Coach Curtis is very proud.
Yes. He doesn't emote too well, but once you know him, you know that he's proud.
Now I wonder why the heck Ryan Colesar put 250 on the bar.
I'm not too sure. It might be a Hail Mary for that Nationals qualifying total. I don't know.
He's going to go for it?
It looks like he's going to come out for it.
210 to 215 to 250.
Looking forward to this. This will be interesting. I believe he's pulled this in the past, but I suspect he's going for that national qualifying total.
35 kilo jump.
I've seen more absurd things.
I remember the first time he did 500.
See what happens. Ben Langley's not a slouch when it comes to attempt selection and handling, so if he thinks it's possible.
His second was fast.
The second was very fast, so they're trying to match training PR. I said Ben wouldn't let him load it if it wasn't there. Oh, and it's just not quite there today. Bit of a Hail Mary, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta put it all out there.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Still have him finishing with a total of 525. Very respectable total.
What? Wanda. All right. So, 3 more lifts here in Flight B.
It's been a good flight. There's some good battles in here.
Those tuning in, we have 53 minutes until session 2 begins.
Yes, we also have Selmar coming out here looking to be our 4th lifter of the day to go 9 for 9. I believe that'd be the first time he'd gone 9 for 9, so.
Selmar digging into that bag of tricks, calling for some crowd hype.
Yeah. He's a guy who lives off other people. He loves that hype. He loves that noise at social activities.
8 for 8, looking for 9 for 9, or to be our 4th 9 for 9 of the day here.
Battling a back injury and a flu. Let's see if he can pull this together.
He's got the vibrating
Shaking, no hitch. I think that's a good lift.
That was smooth. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. Absolutely phenomenal. Running over a.
I dare say that's his first good performance. Good job, Selmar.
Yes, absolutely. Well done, Selmar. You didn't screw it up.
It's always nice to see lifters mature in front of our eyes, eh?
Absolutely. To go 9 for 9, I don't think he took a single red light all day. That was absolutely fantastic. Well done, Selmar.
So, for those tuning in, well, I guess you've probably been here, but Eric Tank Takun is looking to be the first, allegedly the first 100 GL point.
First 100 GL point Manitoban. If he pulls this, that happens. So this is a big deal, folks. We'll check in with our registered statistician, Michael Throne's MPA Top 50, but I don't believe that anyone has hit 100 GL on the men's side.
Nope.
Yeah, so Justin was 99.34 at the Commonwealth Champion. So Eric looking strong to the knee. He's shaking, but he's going. It's still moving. That is a good lift.
And that is our first ever 100 GL points.
Hansakune is your first Manitoban lifter to 100 GL points.
Good job, Eric.
Absolutely fantastic performance. Justin looking to join the club and potentially edge him out by a few points here.
Not to be outdone, Justin is looking to go up by 0.028 GL points here for the best lifter overall. People are swinging for the fences on the MPA today. We've just seen the best performance from a male ever in MPA at a local meet,
Yes,
Andrew.
at a local meet. That is absolutely
Justin,
amazing.
303. He skipped over Satan's number.
That is, Gino is somewhere screaming on his pirate ship.
He needs to, though, in order
He
to
has
do it.
to do this. We'll see. Justin, a
303,
very strong deadlift.
302.5 for those in the know is 666.
He hasn't struggled
Gino
much
Beer
at all
Series
today. I think
favorite.
this goes up.
And here we go. Justin Manalo, 303. Last lift to 5B.
668 pounds. That's 74 kilos.
This is a world standard level deadlift here. He did it, boys.
3 wide lights.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible. 100 GL points, and he is excited about that.
We just saw 1 and 2 best performances in MPA history back to back here at Total Fortification
Absolutely remarkable.
2024.
Absolutely remarkable.
If you zoom in, you can see it, but Eric is probably the happiest one of the bunch back there. Bested by 0.028 GL points.
You really can't be too mad at that.
Wow. Beautiful.
And that puts us on to our next set flight here, our final flight for the day, for the morning session here.
David, those are the first and second best performances ever by a male in MPA.
Yeah,
They
first
both
two,
hit 100
first two
GLs.
over 100 GL. And
Justin
Eric.
and Eric.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Flight C, let's do this thing. 9 lifters, 27 deadlifts. Joseph Alabango, 190 kilos, 418 pounds.
Starting us off strong.
I think it would be great if Joe tested both Eric and Justin,
I
given how
think
good
that
they
they
were today.
deserve a testing after that. That's the rite of passage, is to be tested at a local meet.
The ultimate compliment.
That's when you know you're strong.
3 white lights. First Yarish Morgan.
I would not be shocked if Joe was walking back there to grab them right away. And honestly, if he doesn't, that'd be disappointing.
I think, there's been some good things today, but CCS showing up to an MPA meet is up there with
It's up there with everything else that's happened. This has been a long time.
They go where they're told to go.
Yeah, so it's clearly people here are strong enough that they're getting concerned.
Wow, I am pleasantly surprised by what we saw in those last 2
Absolutely.
lifters. Morgan Yarish hit 3 for 3, 3 white lights.
And the excitement may not be done yet. I know I was talking to Michael Thrones, and he was seriously debating loading 375 kilos.
Brandon. Up, down. Very smooth.
Very smooth.
I'm not sure we really explained the technical commands of the deadlift yet. You've done 2 flights, but it's pretty simple. You pull the bar into the air. Hopefully it doesn't go down or else you get fouled until the referee in the front gives you a down command with her hand. Only 1 command in the deadlift. There's 3 of them in the bench and 2 in the squat. The deadlift is the easiest, and it's up to you to start whenever you feel ready.
Yes, really, the deadlift is a matter of just standing up harder.
And that's 3 white lights. Alrighty. Wyatt Yarish. Couple lifter gaps here between the 2. I will be commentating solo for a bit. Andrew taking a break here. Wyatt's currently 3rd in the men's open unequipped. Starting with 230, getting over 500 to start very easily. Well, they're coordinated nicely. Again, he's wearing the purple Total Fortification 4 shirt. So you're going with a purple theme, very nice. Fast Signs Winnipeg being able to develop our posters on 2 hours notice here today. Very, very impressive. Canada Post causing some issues at Purelator and getting things delivered, very tricky. I'd like to thank Nicola Pavligniotti. I didn't say it right, Ben Langley's wife. She might be a Langley, I'm not sure. Traveling all the way in from Ontario just to help support Ryan Colasar earlier. For Scott, that's a 3 white light, good deadlift. Woo Jin Lim. And that was very easy sumo deadlift. 3 white lights, I'm sure. Yes, the judges confirm. Jack Stong up now. 255. Pretty solid opener. That's 562 pounds. And that is a very smooth, very easy opening attempt. 3 white lights. No problem there for him. Anybody listening at home, we are going to be starting session 2 at 3:30. I think we should be on time. Might be a bit tight, but I think we'll get there. Awards will be following immediately after this round of deadlifts. Apologize, we will be cutting off the live stream once lifting is done to prepare the next one. I was just saying we're going to have to cut the live stream off after the lifting's done so that we can set up a stream for the second. It's going to be quite a tight turnaround, but that's okay.
Yeah, we can figure it out. Michael Thrones will be done lifting, so we can just source him.
683 pounds opener here.
Oh, no. His back. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Michael has been struggling with a SI issue for the last month, so there's a decent chance that was going to happen. He will pass on his next two. That's unfortunate. I know that he was feeling better about it the last couple of training sessions, but
He just said, no, I'm done.
you know what? That's a smart thing to do, though. It's unfortunate. I know he really wanted that, but at the end of the day, if you're hurt, you're hurt. Nothing you can do about it.
That's too bad.
I'll be right back.
All right, Joseph around for second deadlift here. If Michael doesn't go again, we'll be down to just 8 in this round. His deadlifts will fly. Seconds will go quick, and then we'll be cleaning the bar again for all third attempts. Third round will slow down a bit. Very grateful that our we had a dedicated dedicated stream link here. Hardwired internet is what I'm trying to say, to be able to keep a consistent live stream that hasn't dropped to my knowledge. That's 3 white lights and a good lift. Brandon Ramkulalen, 235 kilos, 518 pounds. Not a bad day for him. Missed his third bench and his third squat. Maybe he can go 3 for 3 on deads. Good opportunity here for us to thank our sponsors once again. T2-3 Ts, A7 Canada, Inner Strength Products, but Cornerstone Barbell, One Family Fitness, and Ripped Rigs. Brandon here wearing a Cornerstone Barbell t-shirt. I'm told almost half of the lifters here today train at Cornerstone Barbell. Very controlled, very methodical pull there. Wyatt Yarish, one of the 2 Yarish brothers, or cousins, or friends, up next. Wyatt says his best deadlift is a 255 deadlift. So second is 240. Let's see if he can't beat that on his third. He's got to do a second to get there. It's a good time with the volleyball screams. Very exciting. 3-way lights for Wyatt. He'll try and match or best his PR in the deadlift on his third. Scott Clow now. 245 kilos. Jonah Dabu. Joseph. Coming up from behind me, giving me a scare. You couldn't see it, but I jumped. Scott. At a Headingley, we believe. Very easy pull with the cross grip. Little crooked, but that doesn't stop him. Ryan, also 245, very popular number for our lifters here today. 4 reds and a green. Coach Joe heading in his next attempt. as Ryan Lose does his deadlift, we want to say we're thinking of you, Kale. We're thinking of you, Jared Peck out in Thompson. We miss you both.
Shut up. You got Henry?
No.
Henry DeGuzman and fucking a coward?
I'm going to turn your mic back on.
That would be handy, yeah.
All right. Morgan, the other Yarish. I'm gonna just do a double check here. 607 versus 570. So yeah, it appears that Morgan has the stronger total. Three white lights. They're both in the same class in the 105s, actually. Ryan Lose is considerably further behind, so he'll probably get the second place. But the two Yarishes are in competition for the podium with him. That's Joe's partner there.
Taking the thrones?
They say Pop.
So Michael
Woojin
Thrones being taken for drug testing
Allegedly.
despite not putting up a total.
562 pounds for Woojin. Wow. Three white lights. That's just seconds for him, but he's doing the pounded now. All right, Jack Stong here, 265 kilos. I believe his first and last names are backwards here, but I could be psyching myself out on that.
Hard to say at this point. It's been a long day of
It
commentating.
has been a long day.
We've watched a lot of lifting. It's much more interesting when you're commentating than just watching, though.
You have to pay attention, you know?
Yeah, you do. It kind of keeps you engaged. Well, you're paying attention? I've been kind of just zoning in and out here.
Second attempt up.
Good looking deadlift. Do you think that orange belt clashes with the purple or complements it?
I think it complements it. I also can't remember if you have to get the down command before the beep happens. You did not get the beep before the down command.
I'm not too sure. It's showing as a good lift. So.
True. Something to ask.
But to be fair, when you bench, you don't have to get the press command.
You need
as
the
long
start
as you,
command.
yeah, as long as you've got the start command. So with a deadlift, as long as you're pulling, I think you'd be okay.
Something to ask later.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to clarify for our viewers that we don't know.
Why don't we ask a jury member?
Exactly. If only we had a jury member there. So our jury members have confirmed you just have to have started movement of your lift before your time runs out. So that was in fact a good lift.
Amazing. Expanding on that, if you weren't paying attention, you have 60 seconds to get a start command in the other two lifts, and we're just confirming whether or not it's the case for your deadlift. Joe is doing a good grind, but it's just not going to go up.
That was an ambitious jump. He jumped more on his third attempt than he did from his first to his second. So. quite an ambitious jump, but you got to leave it all out there sometimes.
That you do. Okay, Brandon out for his third and final. After him, we have 6 more. That's it. Flight C flying. Reminder, we will be going to session 2 at 3:30. These guys are going to have to do a quick award session. I think Jeanette's probably on the ball with her calculations of best lifter. It's already in the bag. Justin has the open mail. Vince has the junior mail. I'm not sure if there's a sub mail, but that'll be easy to calculate as well. What's that? Yeah, probably not. He's just strong. You never know. Trains with strong man. All right, Brandon here.
A lifter who definitely likes to use his entire minute.
He likes to, yeah, he's very methodical. He's very consistent though.
Mm-hmm. He's going to probably get called on pitching there, unfortunately. We're counting strongman, but I think they'll red flag that here. And only one.
Oh my goodness. Well, there you go, I guess. Good for Brandon.
I'm a little surprised he didn't get called for pitching on
that. Susan, not actually being on the jury right now, gonna go have a word with the referees.
Mm-hmm.
That's my partner, Sue. A reminder, strongman is a series of activities and not a sport.
Yes. Thankfully, due to Article 14, I am allowed to compete next year.
It would be my opinion that because strongman is not a sport, the interactivity rules on competition need not apply. That's my opinion.
You know what? I entirely agree. I should be able to.
The Olympics do not recognize
I did unfortunately have to sell my horse. My equestrian practice is no longer allowed, as it would conflict with my WADA-compliant powerlifting.
As long as you're not skeet shooting.
Oh shoot! Well.
Okay.
Wow, that is some shake. I think he's going to get called for downward motion.
He did go down.
I do think he'll get called on, downward motion. I figured after Susan went and talked to the side refs, that would get flagged. They're not going to make that mistake twice.
Wanda saying to the other official she hit the wrong button. She meant to foul that, so being 3 blues. Don't need a formal correction because there was already a majority?
Yes. But, at least the lifter gets to walk away knowing they're strong enough to do it. They just have to clean up that technique.
It's all love from Daniel Hirsch.
Daniel Hirsch and Tommy Howell there. Tommy wearing some absolutely fantastic shorts there. They could be shorter.
No lie. You know this. All right. Ryan Lowe's third for 252.5. Second was successful. And it's a
that
good
should
lift.
Be a good lift.
The volleyball buzzer sounds like a weightlifting buzzer. And
it does sound like a weightlifting buzzer. Are we sure there's not a weightlifting buzzer happening?
I don't think anybody can really appreciate the energy, the effort, the focus that it takes to spot and load a meet this long.
I was going to say, I was a little concerned about the gray shirts, but they seem to be holding up pretty well.
Well, these guys must be in good shape.
Yeah.
They're wearing 2 layers like Tommy.
Yeah,
That might be a necklace. I can't tell.
could
They have
be.
lost somebody along the way, so they're down to 4.
Usually you will when you come to the deadlift. There's not really a whole lot of fun.
Yeah. There's a lifter in BC named Mehar Bogal. Love him. Hate that he bails on deadlifts every single time.
Every single time.
He's bottom loads. He quits before deadlifts.
Mildly excessive.
Absolutely
Every single
awful.
time. I think he's addicted.
Scott being very gracious with his humility, missing his last deadlift and still making time to go thank all the refs for their hard work today.
Yeah. Very good performance from him.
Jarrett Beck would like Andrew to know that Jarrett loaded Andrew's warm-up in Westerns and handled them when he deadlifted 600 for the first time.
This is true. He did. Back in the
Jarrett is
day.
crediting all of your success, Andrew, to
You know
himself.
what? And I think that is entirely accurate, and he's not wrong in saying that. Now Morgan Yaris here going for 260 kilograms. Shaky, but looks clean.
I think so. 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
That's a good lift.
Yeah, some people I think see the shake and they think, oh, that'd be a good lift, but it's only if it goes down. You can be shaky and really move up. Thankfully, our reps are good enough to notice that.
It's a lot of weight, you know? Things get shaky.
Oh, yeah.
Nerves, leverages, bones, tendons, ligaments, muscles, so many variables.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, Jack's Tong here, 270 kilos. 3rd deadlift. Jack's had a really good day, I believe. He missed his 3rd squat and his 2nd bench. He's looking for 3 for 3 on the deads here. He was our lifter that had a beep on his way up on the deadlift.
Mm-hmm, yes.
The clock ran out on his way up.
With that
Jerry's ruled that a good
absolutely
lift.
lovely outfit. Patterns of orange. Calling on the crowd for some support here.
He is asking for some hype from our audience.
I will say, I'm really not a fan of that orange SBD colorway.
That said, I'm a fan of our purple and blue fiery leopardy printed A7.
Purple leopard print is always a win.
And you know what? It goes well with the meat shirt.
It really does.
He's actually wearing an A7 shirt. It looks like the meat shirt, same color. Good grind, 3 white lights. Good job, Tong. Jack's very strong performance.
Very stoic, not a slight of emotion on that guy.
The volleyball divider got knocked down.
I really can't tell if he was happy with the performance or if someone picked him up.
It's hard to say. What I can say, however, is this is our final lift of the morning session.
Wow. After all this time together, it's finally come. And we have to do it all over again.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I don't have a finish.
Yeah, no,
Gentlemen here.
I'm out of poetic.
Wu Jun Lim, our final deadlifter of the day. Well, of the morning. It's up, it's up, it's up.
Wow.
That'll be 3 white lights.
Moving
Thank you,
very
ladies and
well,
gentlemen.
I think you liked that one.
On behalf of Andrew Langlar, I'm Matt Bowen, and we'll see you at 3:30 for our second session.